day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Brad Evans, Gabe Ramirez, the BetMGM Tonight crew right here on Westwood One Sports. And it's time to get down and win you some money and talk about what's happening across the country. Of course, it is brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Brad, what's going on, brother? Day 2, we're back. No technical difficulties. We're in the building together.
You look good. You sound good. Hey, man, I'm thrilled to get after it. And, yeah, hopefully we'll cash some tickets tonight. And, of course, we're going to break down all the latest that is going on in the sports world. It's been a topsy-turvy, kind of wild day. If you're following some of the NFL news, going to be nose diving in that here momentarily. And yours truly has had a day as I am preparing mentally and physically for what may be a tornado outbreak in my neck of the woods tomorrow in central Illinois. So hopefully it's not going to be a Wizard of Oz situation at Casa de Evans and I go flying like Dorothy into the sky.
When you sent the screenshot of the tornado warning, I genuinely had never seen that color of violet before on any storm watch or radar system. And I was just, I feel for you, my brother. Hopefully you got a bunker somewhere down there and you still have internet access. I'm going to need these picks for the weekend to see what's going on there. You mentioned everything happening across the world. In the world of sports, we know World Cup's going on. Obviously, baseball's still doing its thing. But NFL is king. And what is going on with Brendan Sorsby certainly at top of mind of everyone in sports because it's affecting people. You're talking about a marquee position, a player who was climbing the ranks and found himself in hot water when it came to this gambling situation. Brad, when you're looking at what's going on right now with Brendan Sorsby, do you think NFL teams are more concerned with his 36 touchdowns or with the fact that he has this dark cloud of gambling looming over him?
Well, yeah, I think it's a dark cloud of gambling that's looming over him because if that were to, come with him, maybe he had a relapse in his recovery and he gets the urge to gamble on maybe an NFL game. And he gets caught. I mean, that's all she wrote. Sayonara, see you later. Adios, amigo. He is not going to ever, play a single snap of professional football ever again. So there is a lot of risk in Sorsby and whether or not he's going to be worth the investment. Now, of course, putting his name in the supplemental draft certainly alleviates the headache that was throbbing in Lubbock, and Texas Tech just royally botched this entire situation, really from beginning to end. And, Texas Tech seemed like they were going to double down, triple down, quadruple down, and try to, weave through their pretzel logic all the reasoning necessary to get his butt on the field and maybe win some games, maybe get back to the college football playoff. The Big 12 was interviewing. They were flexing their muscle and saying there was going to be sanctions issued if, Texas Tech decided to allow Sorsby to play, and potentially there were going to be monetary repercussions. There could have been them an elimination, frozen out of the Big 12 title game if they made it that far. Other ADs of the Big 12 schools and across the country expressed their disdain for this entire situation. So I tell you what, the decision makers in Lubbock, who again botched this entire situation, they got to be breathing a sigh of relief. They don't have this pressure on them anymore with Sorsby now exiting and heading to the supplemental draft. And we're going to see if he ultimately gets clearance for that because the NFL's got to grant him that given his shady past. But we're going to see what's inevitably on what the future holds. I've been reading about the supplemental draft process. It's blind bidding. It's a lottery system determining the pecking order of the teams. Muy interessante, to say the least, of how this is going to pan out. And, we've seen some big name guys in the past have gone through the supplemental draft. Most recently, during my lifetime, Josh Gordon, of course, given his wacky tobacco past when he was at Baylor and another institution. And, of course, he put his name in and just caught fire with the Cleveland Browns and had one of the most legendary single seasons in NFL history. And, maybe Sorsby could take a similar path. Hopefully he is on the straight and narrow. Hopefully he's going to get his life back on track. and keep the gambling at bay because the kid is ultra talented. And in a quarterback needy league, guys like Sorsby are always going to have a place of employment. And it's going to be, again, quite interesting to see who is going to put a bid in, at what draft round valuation, and ultimately, will Sorsby find his way to an NFL team? I think the foregone conclusion is yes, but with who? It's anyone's best guess.
It'll be interesting to see what team sticks their neck out, right? In the era of PR, where most teams are concerned with bad press and what the beat writers are going to be asking in the locker room. You have a guy like Sorsby where, the talent is outweighing the crime in the moment. Now, there's been guys like Keyshawn Boutte, right, from the Patriots, who obviously dealt with his fair share of, gambling issues for whatever that was. And so guys have had it, right, in terms of dealing with it in college and then being able to play in the NFL. I got to be honest, Brad, there's still something that just doesn't feel right, where I don't care you went to rehab, right? Like, listen, I did a lot of pop culture radio in my day, okay? And I know what you do when you get caught up in a scandal. You check yourself into rehab, you make everybody feel bad, and PR 101, it looks like you're doing all the right things, slap on the wrist, and then you get to go have a number one hit in 6 months. This is essentially what's happening in the NFL, where his PR team is doing right by him, but something about it. It's one thing to make bets on your team because you enjoy it, but when it gets to that amount, to that level, I think it's a little bit bigger. And I don't know, just something about it. If I were his teammate in the locker room, if I were his former teammates, the way I talk about him and speak about him, I think it'd be interesting. But there's something that just doesn't sit right with me when I think about Brendan Sorsby being allowed, let's be very clear, right, Brad, being allowed to play in the NFL after having a checker past. And, we talk about silver spoons and we talk about opportunities that are given to people. But in this instance, it's just simple. You got a guy that's not some top 10 talent, certainly what some people thought was a first round, potential. But, again, I don't know. There's a lot of people that are scratching and clawing to get into the NFL, to get starting opportunities. And I think when you're talking about character issues and you talk about, where that line should be drawn, I'm not saying maybe never, but certainly not just given the opportunity to leave college football and then, get the opportunity to play in the NFL, because you rub people the wrong way. And, Texas Tech, we talk about PR, Brad. Texas Tech, they did a phenomenal job too. Their comms people should get raises of how they handle this thing. And Texas Tech's president, Lawrence Chavanek, love that one, spoke about, how Texas Tech handled the situation involving Brendan Sorsby.
Everybody should realize that first and foremost, our decisions in this matter have been guided by a conviction we have at Texas Tech, and that is we stand by and we support our students. Now, Brendan made a mistake. We acknowledge that. And mistakes have consequences. At the same time, here's a young man with a dream and a vision to pursue a career. And we felt not to have the opportunity to pursue that career, given the circumstances and the evolving changes in this world that these athletes face, was unfair and unjust. So we are attending, first of all, to his medically diagnosed condition, and we are prepared to support him as he pursues that career that he's spent his whole life working toward. That's what we do at Texas Tech. And as a parent and a leader in higher ed, I would ask that you look beyond the athletics issue in here and look to the individual who has been the center of this whole matter.
Again, Texas Tech's president, Lawrence Chavanek. I mean, Brad, what do you think about that when you hear about how they handled the situation?
Look, there's a lot I get on board with the president, but again, I think they fumbled the bag in multiple ways, in the way that they handled this in the public eye, and it's just constantly making excuses, constantly trying to carve a path to allow him to play. Now, I totally agree that the kid's got addiction issues, and he needed help to get his life back on track, and all the resources Texas Tech threw at him to allow him and his mental health to get right is justifiable and, completely reasonable. That I can get on board with, but allowing him to play was certainly crossing the Rubicon in my mind. That was a point of no return situation because he gambled on his own teams that he played on, going back to his days in Indiana, going back to his days in Cincinnati. There has to be consequences. There has to be punishments for that wrongdoing. And you cannot allow or accept that. I know we're a second chance society. He's going to get a second chance, likely in the National Football League. That is his second chance. But forever, there is going to be a black stain on what he achieved and his reputation at the collegiate level for the decisions that he made as an adult in this country. And there has to be, again, consequences and punishments and repercussions that come along with it. So I think him exiting, again, it lifts that black cloud that's been hanging above Lubbock and really kind of lifts a black cloud that's been hanging above the entire world of college football. That was going to linger throughout the entire season. If he would have served the 2-game suspension that he was given and returned week 3 to the Texas Tech field, man, that would have just erupted in all kinds of controversy and a lot of talking points. We would have been focusing on that instead of the product and production on the field, whether it's tied to Texas Tech or maybe somewhere else in the sport. That would have been a major drag on college football. But I don't have to worry about that anymore because he's going to go to the NFL. And again, once he gets a clearance, NFL says, okay, thumbs up. Will you put your name in the supplemental draft? And we'll see what team invests in him. Dane Brugler and a couple of the writers I saw at The Athletic today were saying that he's likely going to command a day 3 selection in the supplemental draft. So again, that lottery system, and we'll see what the blind bids are based on the round valuation and what it is ultimately going to be. But is it a round 5, round 6, round 7 pick? Could be a round 6 pick, could be a round 5 pick. A team like the New York Jets makes a ton of sense. They can clack and roll the dice on Sorsby to hopefully stay out of trouble and in the league's goodwill. And maybe they can get a franchise cornerstone for the future for a team with so many needs and a team that desperately needs a quarterback to build around, because your starter this season is going to be Geno Smith, for the love of the football gods.
And that's exactly the situation you want to go into if you're Brendan Sorsby, right? Yeah, far from it. I think when you're looking at teams across the NFL, another squad that because listen, we've seen it before, right? Like think about like Jalen Carter, right? Bears pass on him. He goes to the Philadelphia Eagles. A tale of 2 locker rooms. The Bears in the moment felt like they couldn't withstand a personality like that, but the Eagles, a championship caliber squad, felt like they had the people in the locker room to do something like that. I know the Patriots were a team where, guys that were, on their last leg in the NFL, they felt like their way they could absorb people. What if it were a team like the Los Angeles Rams, right? Sean McVay, you got Matthew Stafford long in the tooth on his way out. They're making, obviously their moves to make a big push in the present, but why not, stockpile a young guy like that can learn from a Matthew Stafford. Give up maybe a 4th round pick if you feel like, you value him high enough, or like you said, because it's blind bidding at this point when it comes to Brendan Sorsby, and then put him in a situation like that. Sean McVay, I'm sure, listen, they tried to do it with, I'm drawing a blank. Benson, right? From Georgia, or who was the guy that they got from Georgia that had the issues?
Stetson Bennett.
Right. Okay. So, so they are not, afraid of projects or guys that, perform well in college that they feel like maybe they can turn into something. What do you think about a team like the Rams jumping in on a Brendan Sorsby auction?
Well, I think they're already heavily invested in Ty Simpson. Obviously, they spent top 15 overall, draft capital in this past NFL draft. So I think they're fully committed to him taking the reins. So Matthew Stafford, once Stafford hangs it up, will probably be after next season. So he is going to be the man of the future. Now, if they don't believe that, Simpson's going to be that guy once training camp opens, and they really evaluate him, and over the course of the season, they're wondering, did we make the right choice? I mean, maybe they would take a stab on another talented kid in a Brendan Sorsby, but I think it's a bit of a stretch that the Rams would be investors. Again, I think it's going to be more of a very desperate and needy franchise that has long-term concerns at the quarterback position. And that's why the Jets immediately came to mind, because Geno Smith is on his last leg in his mid-30s right now, clearly on the downside of his career, though he had a bit of a revival after he was lambasted early on with the colossal failures that repeatedly had. That franchise makes sense. Arizona could be another one. I know they got Carson Beck, and they invested around 3 capital in his services, but Jacoby Brissett is merely a stopgap. And of course, Jacoby wants to get paid. Good luck with that, my man. I don't think they're going to be backing up the truck, no matter what kind of production that you put up this year, though your contract is coming up after this season. That's another franchise that has got to make a move to get that cornerstone, to get that reliable arm under center for the immediate future, because they got to build around that. So Arizona makes sense. The Jets make sense. There are a couple of quarterback needy teams. I thought maybe the Browns would throw their hat in the ring, but we got a report out today from the Cleveland area that they're like, nah, man, we're good. We got a number of crappy young quarterbacks on our roster with Dylan Gabriel, Jador Sanders, and they're still trotting out Deshaun Watson. They're like, yeah, we're going to see how this plays out. It's the Browns thing to do. I thought immediately the Browns would be like, oh, sure, another quarterback? Yeah, we'll take him because we're desperate. We're on our hands and knees. We're pleading to the football gods, give us somebody competent because we have just had nothing but suckage at the quarterback position for a number of years. But they are even stiff-arming Sorsby. So it's going to be a team like the Jets or the Cardinals, a team that has a lot of holes of this upcoming season, though we have a very talented draft class coming up next year. So a lot of teams may be like, you know what? We're not going to risk it, even though it's a supplemental pick, maybe a day 3 evaluation that they can win because they want to play craptastic football this year so they can improve their chances to get a top 5 pick for next year, knowing that, Arch Manning's going to be coming out and a number of talented arms that could solve their dire straits situation. So again, a lot of moving parts here, Gabe, when it comes to Brendan Sorsby, but ultimately he will find a suitor in the NFL, and I'll be downright curious who that ultimately is.
He's Brad Evans. I'm Gabe Ramirez. This is BetMGM tonight. Glad you guys are hanging out with us, of course, talking about the Brendan Sorsby situation, heading potentially to the supplemental draft, trying to figure out, which of these teams is going to go ahead and take a shot at a guy like that. Feel free to go ahead and text in or call for that matter, 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Would love to see if some of the diehards from these cities agree with some of the statements that Brad is saying in regards to putting some out there. But I mean, again, you got to be smart. When you're talking about GMs, that is your job. Make your team better in the offseason, and whether that's via free agency, the draft, or finding instances like this where there's a supplemental situation. Now, listen, me, as I mentioned, I feel like, I don't know, there should be like a waiting period, maybe like a year. Like he can't play for a year, or he has to, I don't know. It just doesn't, Brad, there's something icky about it. You know what I mean? I shouldn't be able to bet $90,000 on teams and then all of a sudden be like, oh yeah, you know what, guys? I'm out of here. I'm done with college football. NFL, baby, I heard you're going to pay me. I don't need to gamble anymore because I'm about to make a crap ton of, like, there's something wrong with that. It just doesn't feel right. There should be, and I understand what the AD was saying, right? Younger guy. Yeah. My guy, he's 22 years old. Okay. He's not 18. He's 22. He's been to 3 different colleges. He lived outside of his parents' house. He understands what the ramifications are. Again, there needs to be more consequences in my mind. But hey, you know what? This is America and the land of opportunity and redemption. And Brendan's certainly getting his opportunity to do just that. All right. You're listening, of course, to BetMGM tonight. Coming up on the other side, we get an opportunity to do a little hot topics, keep you up to date on what is happening. And then we get to find out what's happening with Rashee Rice. And is he looking good enough to maybe find his way onto your fantasy football team? I'll ask Brad that on the other side as well. All right, it's Gabe Ramirez. It's Brad Evans. More BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports coming up after this.
what do the Knicks have to do to try and keep this core together? How much turmoil or movement might they face this offseason?
Well, listen, first of all, they did this year up against the second apron. And Mitchell Robinson's going to be a free agent, and the Knicks really are determined to keep him. They're going to have to go well into the second apron to keep him, and I think they're prepared to do that. I don't think this is going to be a situation like 2011 where the Dallas Mavericks won the NBA championship and Mark Cuban decided that we need to be nimble financially and kind of broke up some of the core of the team. The Knicks are not going to worry about being nimble financially. The Knicks will essentially do what we saw the Celtics do after winning in 2024, which was the fact that they kept that Porzingis, Horford, Holiday core together and paid a big luxury tax bill with the thought of let's try to see if we can have a 2 to 3 year window. The Knicks will attempt to do that. If it starts to crumble and comes apart a little bit, they'll get themselves out of the second apron because we've seen that they have very, very shrewd management that can manage things financially very well, which they've done in the past. But now is a time where the Knicks are going to take advantage of the fact that Jim Dolan has always been willing to spend more than the next guy. And now this is what it's going to be. But I will say this about the Knicks. They're not going to be able to retain Landry Shamet, and they're going to need to replace him. I know Knicks fans love Mohamed Diawara. Maybe he's a guy they can keep, and he plays for them. Maybe he doesn't. Who knows? Their first-round draft pick is going to be really important this year. They have to be careful not to take a developmental project, but to take an older player who can come in and be a rotation guy immediately because they're going to have to pay him a rookie scale deal, and it's going to cost them a lot of money when they're in the second apron and have to pay luxury tax on top of it. So the draft pick here for the Knicks and a team that just won an NBA championship actually looms pretty important in terms of what their chances are to repeat. We just saw a San Antonio team make an NBA final with some young guys. There's young guys that can help you on this level, and that cost-controlled talent when you're building trying to build some kind of dynasty can be really, really vital. And I think it's something to keep an eye on what the Knicks do in next Tuesday's draft.
Before I get to the rest of the league, and in particular the Antetokounmpo sweepstakes that we might see over the next week or so, let me pivot back to the team that just lost. You mentioned the Spurs. Good young team, solid core. Wemby's not going anywhere, and I think we'll grow up a lot both physically and mentally and emotionally this summer. What do they need to do, in your opinion, other than just go through this experience? I mean, what do they need to do to their roster to reconfigure, if anything, going into next year as the favorites?
They need a big athlete that they can play both next to Wemby and for Wemby. When you look at what happened to the Spurs, part of what beat them against the Knicks was the lack of versatility in their rotation. It was Victor Wembanyama and a group of perimeter players. And you saw how devastating in the last two series the Luke Cornett minutes were. They were bad. And although they're paying Cornett, they have him under contract for 3 more years at $30 million. The reality is for them, as a backup center in the regular season, he's fine. You get in the playoffs, you want to be able to match up small with somebody and have a small ball type of 5. The closest guy they have to that's Carter Bryant, and that ain't him. And so that, to me, is the one spot they're going to have to go do something. I know there's a lot of talk about moving De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox had a poor final. He did not have a wonderful playoff, and I do have my concerns about Fox and him not doing what he was brought there to do, which is essentially be a guy that enhances Victor Wembanyama and gets him the ball more. Fox did not do that enough, and that's definitely going to have to change. With that said, he did play the last 2 series with a bad ankle. That is, in the regular season, he would not have been playing. So I think for the Spurs, right now, Fox's value is not at a high with a 4-year, $240 million extension kick in. I would not think they're going to do anything to move him, but I do think you see something from them where they find somebody at a reasonable price that can come in, play small ball 5, and be more of a traditional 4 next to Victor Wembanyama, because I think that was something that was uncovered that they desperately needed.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
I have the loud opinions. I'm Gabe Ramirez. Brad Evans has the money time moments. And together we are BetMGM Tonight. Sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. What, you don't got the money moments, Brad? All I see is money in your background. All I hear you talking about is laying bets that are 4-1 that are going to win. I hear it. I hear it.
I in my demented brain, I think they're going to win. And then the game's actually played, and I have to sell my hair to a wig shop. That's why I'm bald all the time.
Oh man, what has been like the best? And I don't mean money wise, just like in terms of like wins. Like, what do you feel like? Do you remember like a hot month that you had where it felt that good and it was kind of like out of body? Talk to me about that.
Look, for those of you that are fans of, and regular listeners of BetMGM Tonight, I love me some college basketball, and every single year, I try to set at the beginning of the season a goal of plus 100 units by the end of the year. I actually got there 2 years ago. I was in fuego throughout the entire month of January and February, and I'm like, oh man, I'm going to give all this back in the NCAA tournament. No. I stayed on fire. Usually it's just a donation during the NCAA tournament because the lines are so sharp. But I called it correctly. I actually won some pools for significant coin as well at a couple of local establishments here in Central Illinois. So I was on a heater game, and it will probably never be repeated again. So hopefully tonight I'll be able to recapture some of that magic on the diamond. And, of course, I'm looking forward to the NFL season, but that is usually a donation every single year.
I feel like that's how it works out, right? You win a bunch of coin, and then you don't know what the ceiling is. You think it just goes on forever, and inevitably you feel like you're going to give it back, whether it's baseball that comes up, like you said, following college basketball, or later in the year with some NFL. But speaking of NFL, let's stick on the subject, man. I know we were talking about Sorsby and the supplemental draft, him potentially entering in it. But there's some other, hot topic stories coming out of the pigskin game over there. Specifically, we're talking about Rashee Rice, released from prison. We saw the videos of him coming out. When you talk about, guys that, I mean, obviously haven't been on the football field in a while, but, can still make an impact. I think you'd agree Rashee Rice is certainly one of those guys, right, Brad?
Amen, man. Look, Rashee Rice is kind of a do-it-all wide receiver, and a guy that has like Pete Debo Samuel ability with the ball in his hands after the catch. I mean, he is a load to wrangle, to lasso, to bring down one of the best yak machines in the league. That's yards after the catch. He can slot him in that position. He can work him outside, can move him around formations. And that's, one of the key aspects of that Kansas City Chiefs offense. When you got a guy like Rashee Rice and his multidimensionality, and you pair him with gonna give it to you, Xavier Worthy, who, is not as big of a guy, explosive, but not as good with the ball in his hands after the catch. But again, a player that can line up in the slot, can work outside, can take handoffs direct, whether lining up in the backfield on some of the jet sweep action. Those, multi-dimensional tools that Andy Reid has at his disposal is what really makes the Kansas City Chiefs offense great. They got a top 10 offensive line. Patrick Mahomes is already trending in the right direction. I think he's going to be able to suit up week one. We'll see if he can play the full season this year coming off the knee injury. But, Mahomes could be a money man when playing at his highest and best level. And a guy is going to make like $500 million literally in his NFL career when it's all said and done. But one that, critical and imperative guys to make that offense reach its peak is Rashee Rice. And, we saw the video. There was a local news organization that was at the jail, and Rice is like getting instructions or whatever from, the staff there at that local, prison, jail, whatever you want to call it. And he's like backing up. He's wearing a hooded sweatshirt, keeping his back to the camera that he knew was right there. And then they go up and try to ask him a question, and he books it out of there. immediately goes out the door, goes right and down the street, and he gone. So any concerns that people had about the knee injury, man, he looked awfully springy and spry today. So, hopefully that guy's going to stay out of trouble. Hopefully he's going to be able to, be on the field the entire year. But one of the encouraging signs, that knee is looking A-okay.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that one there when you're bouncing away in that kind of a situation. Listen, a guy like Rashee Rice, listen, you feel bad for anyone that has to, spend some time behind bars, for whatever they're doing. And it's an opportunity, obviously, for them to reflect, to be in that situation is certainly daunting. And so when you get out, right, the hope is that what you really understand is that that is not you, right? When you were behind those bars and the people that you were amongst, that you're not cut from that same cloth. At least that's what the hope is when it comes to a guy like Rashee Rice, because, he does have a bright future ahead of him. We've seen how productive he can be, especially for this Kansas City team. Theory when it comes to not only gambling, but even, fantasy football. And so I want to pick your brain right here when it comes to guys that inevitably are going to miss some time at the beginning of the season, whether it is via injury or a suspension. What is your philosophy when it comes to valuing those guys and really just or is it avoiding them at all costs because they're not going to be available for you for a quarter of the season?
Well, yeah, we have to figure out what the determination is, hopefully by the league's front office, Goodell, and what the punishment issuance is really going to be. Is it going to be 4 games? Is it going to be a little bit more of that? Could it be 6 games? Could it be as few as 2 games with that violation of his probation, which triggered the 30-day mandatory jail sentence as a result? We don't know. What the fate of Rashee Rice is going to be, but practically the guarantee is that he is going to miss some time. But we just don't know of the amount of time that he is going to be unavailable in this Kansas City offense. And, when that, promptly kick in, obviously you have an appeals process that could reduce the sentence. Could push back when he has to serve it. But you have to keep all that in perspective and in mind. And you look at right now the average draft position value in early best ball fantasy drafts that are out there. Rashee Rice, believe it or not, Gabe, is WR11 at pick number 28 flat overall.
Oh my
so to
God.
put that in perspective, it's crazy. In a 12-team league, you're basically spending high round 3 draft capital in fantasy to acquire his services. Now, I suspect that ADP is going to come down. If you get to, peak draft season, late August, you're probably going to be looking at Rashee Rice maybe in round 4 or round 5. And maybe we're going to have the determination by the league and how many games he's truly going to miss. And that will, of course, be baked in to the overall average draft position. But if I'm sitting there like probably round 4 or round 5, knowing the immense upside that he has, knowing that he's a guy that could still miss 2, 3, 4 games and maybe flirt with 1,000 receiving yards, maybe have like 7 or 8 touchdowns in one of the most electric offenses in the game, I say clack and a clack and roll those dice, Gabe, because nobody's going to remember. I said this yesterday, where you drafted Rashee Rice. All that people are going to remember is how your team performed in your fantasy league, whether or not you got to the playoffs or not, whether or not you won a championship or not, and what factor did Rice play in the ultimate fate of your league that year and your team specifically. So that's all people really care about. So again, get your guys. If you leave, Rashee Rice is going to fire on all cylinders once he's back in uniform, take out all his angst, all his pent-up frustration on the opposition. Round 4, round 5, yeah, sign me up.
I'm learning a lot of things, and one I'm taking away. The big takeaway I'm getting from Brad Evans is that you want to go ahead and get your guy no matter the round, even if you're reaching for him, because that's the guy that you ultimately want. The problem, Brad, is that Deebo Samuel's right there, or like Roma Dunze is staring at me right next to Rashee Rice, and I want some points in week 1. It's hard for me to like kind of, because going back to the theory part of it, it's hard for me to get into my brain that I am putting a guy who I probably could help me win a championship later on in the season, especially if somebody gets hurt. But it's like, I need to get out the gate fast. I need to win these first 3 games so I don't miss the playoffs by 1. That's what's in my brain.
Well, Gabe, this is why you draft for depth, maybe go. Look, Rice, you may not be without his services for 2 to 4 games, whatever it is. But you're going to have other wide receivers on your roster that you can plug and play, and that's what you have to strategize for. You got to look at their early season schedule. You got to look at the opportunity for some of the guys with wide receiver 4, wide receiver 5, wide receiver 6 price tag right now in average fantasy leagues. Some guys that I like right now that are wide receiver 4s, Michael Wilson of the Arizona Cardinals. They're going to be, I think they're down 30-0 already in every single game this year is Arizona. They're going to be lousy, but that offense is going to be great, man. When he got, Jeremiah Love, the first round pick out of Notre Dame, who I think is going to be incredible this season. You've got Marvin Harrison Jr. there. You got one of the best tight ends in the game in the Bridezilla, Trey McBride. And Michael Wilson was a breakout sensation over the second half of last year with Jacoby Brissett at the controls. Already had that established and bubbling chemistry. And if you're playing from behind, all that says to me is garbage time all-star. It doesn't matter what the final score is. All that matters is my guy. Give me the numbers that I need. And Wilson's going to be in a situation where he could clean up and, third, fourth quarter chasing the scoreboard. Parker Washington's another guy that we talked about. Could be a breakout sensation as the WR1 for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Look down the list. Quentin Johnston of the LA Chargers. He's already getting some accolades and some buzz around. He could maybe blow up in the box score this year. Again, these are guys that you can draft for depth, plug and play, stay the course, and survive until Rice gets back. And then all systems go when he's activated.
And then you're finding yourself making a playoff run to the championship and no tattoos on your inner thigh, ladies and gentlemen. You get to steer clear from those and whatever you might be doing in that thing. He's Brad Evans. I'm Gabe Ramirez hanging out with you here on BetMGM tonight, giving you, the updates on what's going on in the NFL. Obviously, we mentioned Rashee Rice. A couple other storylines coming out of Cowboys camp. Dak Prescott limited. Obviously, people keeping an eye on his knee soreness. Saying it's not a major concern. And then George Pickens ended up reporting to minicamp, says no holdout at all in that one, trying to avoid a camp distraction. We were talking about it yesterday, whether or not we feel like the Cowboys can make a playoff run. When you're looking at that team and offensive explosion, you buying that right there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that offense is going to hum. They certainly did last year. It was a defense that was a major drag, but the fact that they still got, and it's just extraordinary to see that they scored Caleb Downs where they did, that he slipped that far in the NFL draft. I mean, that was one of the steals of this year's NFL draft and really shoring up and helping and assisting an area that they desperately needed a boost in that defensive backfield. If Caleb Downs transitioned seamlessly from the Ohio State, I have to say that for copyright purposes, they're going to be much improved overall because that offense is going to be damn good. I'm not worried about the Dak attack and the Bundy. I think he's going to be A-okay. The ground game with Javonte Williams. Javonte Williams was a surprise sensation last year. He's got a good shot of greatly exceeding 1,000 yards on the ground, maybe double-digit scores in his second year with the Dallas Cowboys. And you look at that wide receiver core. You mentioned George Pickens, playing on that franchise tag, but you got CeeDee Lamb, one of the best wideouts in the league on that roster. And then Pickens is your complement, who could be a WR1 on many franchises. Ryan Flournoy certainly had his moments at times. He's a WR3, and you got a certifiable tight end one in Jake Ferguson. Again, the biggest question mark for Dallas was all about that D. They were bottom barrel. They were the dregs of the keg last year in that category. I'm not saying they're going to be a top 10 defense this year, but they could be a top half defense. Yeah, I could buy that narrative. If they reach that level defensively and exceed even slightly the expectation that I have, Dallas is going to probably take down Philadelphia and the New York Giants, definitely the Commanders, and win that division this season. So cowboy up, baby. Crack open a couple of Lone Stars, sit back and relax. It could be a damn nice season there in Big D.
I love what you just said, and now, but I'm worried about it because I said the same thing last night, Brad. I said that the Cowboys would win the division. And when there's too much of a consensus, you should probably fade it. But I like the fact that we're on the same page here. Yeah, I like the fact that we're on the same page when it comes to the Cowboys. All right, coming up next, we're going to see if we're on the same page when it comes to what's happening in Major League Baseball as we go streaking. We'll give you our best bets for guys to pick up a hit today, and you decide whether you should fade us or not. Brad Evans, Gabe Ramirez, the BetMGM Tonight team will be back after this right here on Westwood One Sports.
It's indicative of a guy who is me first. And unless I had a stellar interview with him, which again, doesn't sound like he's going to grant teams the opportunity for, unless I had a stellar interview with him or a stellar background report on him that told me, no, this is up. Come on. It's just a guy looking out for himself. He's a good guy, team player. If he comes in, he makes everyone around him better, not just him stepping into the lineup. Unless I had that, I wouldn't be hyped to pick Darren Peterson. Based on talent alone, yes. Based on all the other intangibles swirling around, no. I'm not racing to the podium with that pick. It is prima donna behavior. Once again, we need an adult in the room to tell Darren Peterson, hey, there's a chance, pretty good chance you don't go first overall. And I get it. You don't want to go to Utah. But this is not the way to force yourself into a different situation, because you're now clouding the judgment of your character even more so than you did with the way you played this past season.
And my eyes keep going towards Matt Fitzpatrick, who actually opened to start the week at 25-1. Granted, the odds have been out for the whole year for the U.S. Open, but he was 25-1 just 24 hours ago, 48 hours ago, and it's already dropped to 20-1. I spoke with Fitzpatrick after his press conference yesterday, and look, everything's kind of firing on all cylinders. He's a guy that's won 3 times on the PGA Tour this year, the only 3-time winner. He was runner-up last week in Canada. He's won a U.S. Open in the past, just 4 years ago at Brookline. And he played well here in 2018. The last time the U.S. Open was contested at Shinnecock, he finished in the tie for 12th place. That's sort of it. Does it guarantee that Matt Fitzpatrick is going to win or even contend for this title? Of course not. That said, he kind of ticks all the boxes that we're looking for. And so I can't really find any faults with Fitzpatrick whatsoever. Most players, I can point to something a little off. Okay, maybe the ball striking's not there. Maybe the short game isn't quite where this player needs to be. Maybe his form hasn't been great over his last few starts. Fitzpatrick has everything that I'm looking for. So I think that 20-1 range makes a lot of sense.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
With two of the best, Gabe Ramirez, Brad Evans, hanging out with you, BetMGM Tonight. And I said it in the beginning of the show. Don't know if I said it out loud, but I said bet the over on Norway and Iraq. It was sitting at 2.5. Once the game, this is the thing about soccer, Brad. Like if you like the over under was sitting at 2.5, and it was minus 160 at the time. And then, but once the game starts and a couple minutes tick off the clock, then the numbers start to change in your favor. So I ended up getting it at minus 120. And, you guys know what I was doing. And then I laid a little sprinkle at plus 135. The score is already 2-1 in the 40th minute.
Oh,
it already hit, ladies and gentlemen. You love first half hits. Give me the money now. I don't want to sweat it. I want a nice boring night. I want to put my head on my pillow and I want to go to sleep. So I'm feeling good right now. Leading into the streaking thing, Brad. I'm ready.
Amen. And congratulations on your big win. But I know you. You're going to double down. You're going to get some more live action. So we might as well get some additional action on the diamond. But kudos to you, man. You absolutely nailed it with that over in the World Cup.
Can't wait for you guys to get some more bets from that. But that's right. It is time to go MLB streaking. Looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season. Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, every swing, and every home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip. Activate your Odds Boost token and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. And now you get an opportunity to cash out some more as we give you our best bets on who is going to get a hit today. So this is my first time doing this. I wasn't here yesterday. I didn't get a chance. So is it? Do I toss it to someone? Is it you guys just saying it? Do I read everybody's answer? I'm so excited about
Gabe,
this. So I'm ready to make an 8-person parlay.
This is what you got to do. First thing you got to do is say the magic words, let's go streaking. That will toss the sounder, and then we take off, and you can dictate who's batting leadoff.
I cannot wait for this, and I have been waiting. So let's go streaking!
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Yeah!
I love it, and I think I want you to go first, Brad. I want to get the expert up here at the top of the list going first.
All right, man, I'm running a 9-game history right now, breathing down potentially Monty's neck, who is the all-time streak record holder with 14. I'm going to go with Juan Soto of the New York Mets on the road in the Great American Bandbox, taking on the Cincinnati Reds. Hopefully Soto's not going to draw 4 walks. Knowing my luck, he probably will. He's gotten a hit in 5 of his last 6 games. He's batting a robust 409 in his last 7 games, and he's 4 for 10 lifetime. I think it's a hurler he's going to be facing for Cincinnati, and Brady Singer. Singer this season has given up a .346 batting average to left-handed hitters. He's got a 5.21 ERA in his last 4 games. That is no bueno. And also, you look at Singer, he's allowed a 42.5% hard hit rate. So I'm going streaking, hopefully, to 10, Gabe, with Juan Soto of the Metropolitans.
Still 4 games shy of Monty if you were to go ahead and do that, but a heck of a run. And I love I'm all about theory. So I love good reasoning behind why that is to be the case. All right. Speaking of Monty, go ahead, brother. Take it away. Who you got streaking today?
Let's do it. I am going with Nick Kurtz in Sacramento for the A's. The highest rated hitter on my board tonight on batters-box.com with an elite matchup against Mitch Keller. One of just 2 hitters on the night that has an elite rating in all 3 categories I look at: WOBA, ISO, and hard contact rate. 5-star pitch mix rating for Kurtz against right-handed pitchers. Hitting well against 88% of Keller's pitch usage. And 3 trends I like. Try and keep up with me here. 92 games with an elite rating for Kurtz. getting a hit 72% of the time. Keller has faced 61 elite rated hitters with 67% getting a hit, so love both of those. And then a very small sample size here for this last one. The highest rated hitter on the board has gone over 1.5 total bases and 2.5 hits, runs, RBIs in 4 straight days. So if Kurtz can make it 5, he'll definitely be getting a hit.
Oh, I like it. I love deep dives on statistics, right, Brad?
Yeah, me too, man. That's my jam all day, all night long.
All right, Brandon, what you got for me?
Yes, sir. We are going to go with Michael Harris II of the Atlanta Braves. Why? Because he's got a 340 lifetime average against Adrian Hauser, and he's also the Braves' leading hitter. The guy is on fire this season. No reason to not go against him tonight. So I'm going to go with Michael Harris II.
Simple as that. I love guys that have big batting averages. Obviously, they feel like they have the mental advantage over their pitchers, and that could be the case tonight. All right, I am going with Ketel Marte. Going up against the Angels tonight. They got Reed Demers on the mound. He's a lefty, but Marte is a switch hitter. I think he's been strongest against left-handed hitting. And I just in this moment, I try to look at big teams that need a big moment from their guys, especially when they're playing well. Ketel Marte. That one for me. All right, Brad, I got to ask you. We got 4 on the list right now. Of the 4 outside of yours, or the 3 outside of yours, which one do you like the best?
Nick Kurtz, how could you hate it? Guy very much in the MVP conversation. We're going to have more on that a little bit later on in the program. The guy is white, stinking hot, and he's in a bandbox there in the sack. So he's got a smack in the sack tonight. Get the matchup against the Pittsburgh Pirates. So Nick Kurtz, definitely my favorite of the bunch. Probably going to exceed 2+ in HRR. That's his plus runs plus RBI. By the way, Gabe, Soto, Harris, Kurtz, Marte, you parlay all those together and our friends at BetMGM. Oh, cool. Plus 240. And as I always say, fade or follow, that is up to you.
Scare money don't make no money. I know about that. And that's 4 people to get a base hit at only plus 240. That's scary to me. But you know what? I feel like we all made a great case for it. So I expect it to happen, and hopefully you guys do too. All right, on the other side, we continue to talk about some baseball, specifically the tight NL wild card race. Who are going to be the ones to grab the last few spots? We'll also talk about the rest of Major League Baseball and catch you up to speed on what's happening at the World Cup. We will do it all on the other side. I am Gabe Ramirez. He is Brad Evans, and this is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I don't know if I'd give up more than a 3rd round pick for that, because when I go back and look at Sorsby, there were a couple weeks last year where he was not good. He knows how talented he is. He knows his arm strength. He knows his athletic abilities, and hasn't yet caught up in judgment speed to physical athletic ability speed. Questionable judgment. Imagine that coming from Sorsby. And I think that's what will keep Brendan Sorsby from someone spending more than, say, a 3rd round pick on him in this supplemental draft. But the mechanics of it and how it all works, for the first time in 5 years, I think we'll have a supplemental draft. For the first time in 7 years, I imagine someone will actually take the player available in this supplemental draft. It's going to be fascinating to watch.
think the Celtics are much more viable in this than I think anyone wants to let on. Just because here's the thing for Milwaukee. They'll get some Celtics picks, but they know that they can flip Jaylen Brown in a Giannis deal and get a whole lot of what they want out on the open market. And it may be a situation like what Portland did with Lillard, where they were able to get third teams involved and collect assets from two sides. You may see a situation that happens that way, and I think that will be very interesting. Like, listen, they had Phoenix involved in that deal. They were able to bring in Ayton. So, they couldn't get exactly what they wanted from one team in a deal.
Well, there's clearly one GM that has the most pressure on him with anybody. His name is Stan Bowman. He works at Edmonton. He's hiring a coach that the first move you have to make to hire the coach is put him under investigation. You hear that clock? You hear that ticking, Chris? That's Connor McDavid's contract. It's up in 2 years.
Day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Brad Evans, along with myself, Gabe Ramirez, here on BetMGM Tonight. And we got some interesting things to talk about in regards to Major League Baseball. And of course, this segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Some of the things we're going to be discussing. Is there a guy on the Chicago Cubs who is being viewed as not a top-tier talent despite being viewed as a top-tier talent in the city? We're going to get into that. We're also going to talk about a ballpark over in the American League that might be a cheat code for some squads. But first, let's kick things off with the tight NL wildcard race. Brad, 6 teams within 4 games of the final playoff spot. You got the Reds, the Cubs, the Nats, Diamondbacks, Marlins, and the Pirates. When you're looking at all those teams, who's going to be the fan base that's going to be a bit disappointed come October?
Probably Pittsburgh, quite honestly, right now. I mean, they saw White stinking hot to begin the year, and Paul Skeens has looked human. Oh, Skeens. Oh,
That's hilarious.
Skeens. Yeah, he could throw
That's
out
hilarious.
the expletive that follows, not in a joyful way, because he's kind of pitched as an average arm here of late. Has gotten somewhat rocked in the last couple of starts. So again, he's showing his human side. They have other arms on that roster that have performed quite well. Ashcraft is, Braxton Ashcraft has greatly exceeded expectations in my mind. Bubba Chandler has had occasional quality starts. But the bats aren't rapping. They're not talking. They're not laying the lumber like they were earlier this season. Though Neil Cruz has had a really good year. They had all the hype with their Rakana Griffin, and that's kind of quelled somewhat. I think the Buccos are a team that are just already fading. And what I'd be worried about ultimately whether or not they're going to make the postseason. Same with the Reds. I don't think the Reds have the arms. I love Chase Burns. What he brings, the heat, the amount of Ks he can really pile up. Hopefully, going to be able to get Hunter Green back in short order, and that could really solidify that starting rotation. But the bullpen is a misadventure every single night. They've had some key injuries. Lydia La Cruz, one of them on the offensive side of things, and playing a tough venue. That's why they call it the Great American Bandbox. That's the nickname instead of Great American Ballpark, is the ball really travels out of that park, and a major reason why. Well, let me some Juan Soto tonight of the New York Mets taking on Brady Singer, one of those eyesores in that rotation. I kind of like the Diamondbacks. I think the Marlins deserve more respect. They're playing at an extraordinary level and consistent, whether from a batting point of view, and the pitching is definitely exceeded expectations. And they got the Cubs, right? What do we make of the Chicago Cubs team? I don't know. Every single day, I hope they're going to win. I expect them to win when I wake up. And then I turn on the television. I watch them with all the big names in that starting lineup. And they cannot score any damn runs with runners in scoring position. They're number one in Major League Baseball in stranded runners by a wide margin. It's PCA, and it's a bunch of ho-hums after that. Yes, I'm talking about Alex Bregman. No, Bregman's to the ball a little bit better. Dansby Swanson sucks. Nico Horner stinks now. Those guys couldn't hit themselves out of a wet paper bag. Seiya Suzuki could throw in that conversation. Michael Busch hasn't hit the ball consistently well this year. Ian Happ has been a roller coaster ride of inconsistency. Again, the only dude that is raking at the dish on a night in, night out basis is Pete Crow Armstrong. And this is why I drink, Gabe. This is why I'm slamming like a 30-pack of Old Styles every single night, because Cubs are frustrating the living hell out of me with their lack of consistency.
I have no idea how you keep such a slender and beautiful frame when you're downing 30 packs each and every night, drowning your misery from Cubs losses. But listen, I think of the 6 teams that I named between the Reds, Marlins, Nationals, Pirates, Diamondbacks, and Cubs got to be sitting atop that list in terms of teams to make the playoffs, right? I mean, they have the best combo as it stands when you're talking about positions, right? Run differential still positive. They're a squad. It's like when I like NBA is my favorite sport, Brad. I liken it to NBA where you go into the third quarter or going into the start of the fourth, and you're like, dude, we're down 7 and we're playing like crap. Like, we're going into the half down 2 and our best player is shooting 1 for 10. Like, that's what I like in the Cubs to being, where they're still sitting above 500. They're still in a good position to attack. And they're not even at full strength, at 50% strength, what seems like when it's thinking of their whole team as a whole. So I think, their path is not, I don't know, hypothetical, so to speak. I think it's one that truly exists. So I feel like they're already there. When you're talking about the bottom of the list, though, because that's, I think, where the more interesting question lies. Like, what teams that are competing are going to ultimately end up falling off? And I think you brought up one of them, right? And that is the Cincinnati Reds. I think this is a squad, and the White Sox were a team that dealt with it, a year ago. You see teams struggle with it often, where you put together a roster that's talented. Mets, you could throw them in there also, but if your team or the guys that you're banking on, if they don't have that talent spike, then it's extremely difficult for you to find yourself, competing at the highest level of Major League Baseball. They're at a minus 46 run differential, just only 3 games back. But when you're thinking about, where does the optimism lie for the Cincinnati Reds? It lies in their health, right? Getting everybody back together, and then having guys like Hunter Green and Ellie De La Cruz really playing up to their levels. I mean, they're a dangerous team. Nobody wants to face them if they're healthy and everyone's there. No one wants to face the Reds in a series because they are electric. We saw it at certain points over the last couple of seasons. And then I think it's the Marlins for me, right? Where they're close enough back, but and playing well. But when you're looking at the sample size over the course of the year, and you're talking about teams that falter, like kind of how you mentioned, Brad, with the Pirates, I think the Marlins are going to be that team when you're thinking of the NL East. Somebody that it just catches up with them eventually over the course of a season. They just can't maintain that level of winning. So I think everyone else there, kind of sits right in that spot. You brought up PCA. And I wanted to circle back on him because obviously he hit for the cycle last night in the Cubs comeback win. He became the 4th player in the divisional era since 1969 to complete the cycle in reversal order, getting that home run first. But this is what I thought was more interesting. A story that he's 14th in All-Star voting. He's number 1 in your heart, Brad.
Ridiculous.
But 14th and why do you think that's ridiculous? Because that's what I'm curious. Because I have my argument for those people that are outside of Chicago, and I live here. But I'm curious your thoughts. Him being ranked that low.
People are drunk. That's my immediately thought. And the reason being is this, Gabe. He is bar none the best defensive fielder. Doesn't matter position in the entire Major League Baseball game. That alone should give you at least top 5 consideration to be the starting center fielder in the marquee Midsummer Classic event in the annual All-Star game. And now he's absolutely killing it at the dish. I mean, the guy's hitting .438 over the last 15 days. In the month of June, again, well north of 400. The OPS is out of control. He's hitting the ball out of the park. He's hitting the ball in the gaps. He's collecting every single base on the diamond. You saw it last night with him hitting for the cycle. Now, embarrassingly, he got immediately picked off when he was trying to put the oven mitt on there at first base, and not paying any attention because he was getting a standing ovation by the partisan Wrigley Field crowd and, just basking in the adulation. I understand that. I get the moment, but you got to focus, PCA, in that moment. And credit where credit is due for the lead pitcher that picked him off in the Colorado Pebbles and took him out of the game and kind of, sequestered the bright spot there was a buzz about inside Wrigley Field last night. But this is a criminal offense. Throw everybody in damn jail who is not voting for PCA to be the starting center fielder in the All-Star game. I don't understand it. I can't explain it. And the last point I'll make about it as a selling point, Gabe, advanced data. I'm a numbers nerd. Admittedly, I love the numbers. You love the numbers. A lot of our listeners love the numbers. For those that are familiar, wins above replacement, also known as WAR, PCA is number 4. Not on the Cubs roster, not in his division, not in the National League, in all of Major League Baseball. Number 4 in WAR. Start the man in the All-Star game at center field. What the hell are we doing?
I have the answer as to why he's that low. It's Cubs fatigue. Cubs fatigue from the national audience. And I think Cubs fatigue internally from the people that live in the city of Chicago, where this was supposed to be the year that the Cubs, they say it every year, right? We wait till next year. The last couple of seasons, Cubs fans felt like they were close enough to maybe make some moves at the deadline and make a push. Jed Hoyer felt otherwise. This year, they did make the moves. They bring in Cabrera. They bring in Alex Bregman. There seemed to be this level of continuity within the team. And injuries come in, offense doesn't perform, as you were mentioning a second ago. And so it's almost like there's a lack of attention, right? So the push from Chicagoans wasn't there like it normally was. And then I think it is fatigue from the outside, which I mentioned initially. I think, every team loves their center fielder, right? Even I like Tristan Peters for the Chicago White Sox. Not better than PCA, but you like your own center fielders. And so when you're being force-fed a guy as who did have momentum, right? World Baseball Classic, beginning of the season playing well, but then he kind of fell off. He had the weird fan engagement situation during the Crosstown Classic with the White Sox. And then it became this, wait, are you arrogant? I liked it when you were the flashy gamer that played the game hard. But if I picked up an inkling of arrogance, now the fine line that one must walk when playing professional sports. Now I think people might feel like he went over to the other side. Is he an exciting baseball player? I think there's no doubt about it, right? One of the most exciting in baseball. That is not the question. I think it's whether or not the fan votes come in because they have to actually like you, right? And want to put you in there. And I think those are two different things. And I think PCA might need to go on a PR campaign, maybe steal Texas Tech's and get those guys involved so that way they can they can kind of fill them in on what's happening in that space. But it is felonious to think that PCA won't be starting in center field for the National League come All-Star time.
Yeah, it's downright ridiculous. And look, we don't want to have any like Black Sox juju put out there in the ether, like PCA betting on baseball games by any stretch of the imagination. But I understand your point of view, and looking through that lens, it does make sense. I'm a diehard Cubs fan, and I'm trying to speak as objectively as humanly possible. Again, I still feel he's the best defensive center fielder in the game. The advanced metrics back that up, especially you're looking at sites like Baseball Savant. That certifies that belief. And again, the bat is just ridiculously hot. I mean, there is fire coming off the lumber right now for PCA on a night in, night out basis. Wind is howling out to right field tonight in the matchup between the Cubs and the Colorado Rockies. It wouldn't surprise me if it hit a couple of bombs, couple of jacks over the fence, given how well he has played of late. But the fatigue side of it, I get it. I mean, the Cubs are a major market team. They're the darlings of the Windy City. You know that as a Sox fan. It probably ticks you off to no end. And the Sox are the better team. Let's give credit where credit's due. They are far and away the better baseball franchise right now in the Chicagoland area. So I'm not taking anything away from them. I think they're the real deal Holyfields. I think they're going to win the AL Central this year. I think they're going to surprise some people in the AL postseason as well. But the Cubs are the name brand of Chicago. They have been for decades, going back to the WGN days. So there is that fatigue naturally. Probably similar fatigue if people have in the Northeast toward the New York Yankees or the Boston Red Sox in certain cases. They're just like, oh, man, time in, time out. Well, can we get some fresh blood in here? I'm tired of hearing about this team. I'm tired of hearing about that team. And that is baked into and plays into maybe why PCA is not getting those votes. And, of course, the missteps in the public eye, that incident there on the South Side against a White Sox joined to a female fan. He later apologized for. Yeah, all of those kind of stacked against the deck for PCA making the All-Star team. But I'm just looking visually. I'm looking at the data. I'm comparing the two. It's not even close. He needs to be the starting center fielder for the National League in the All-Star game. And I will fight anybody bare-knuckled in a back alley if they disagree.
Well, I want no smoke with you, Brad, but I'll tell you this. It'd be much easier to vote for him if the Cubs were in first place. I know that for sure. It'd be much easier to get a guy like PCA up there.
This man!
I can only state facts in that. He's Brad Evans. I'm Gabe Ramirez. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports. You mentioned 2 home runs for PCA tonight. And I know you liked the bet earlier today with the boost on 4-1. I am a person, going back to theory. I love theory, and I feel like that's something that most people should really get into. When I think about betting home runs, and I know a lot of people do it, but when you think it's, from a probability standpoint, guys hitting 25 a year, there's 162 games, you're getting 4-1, but the odds are probably 1 in 5 that he does it. What is something? Is it the novelty of it in your mind, Brad, when you make those bets? Is it, because I always try to stay away from it because I'm like, I can't predict that a guy's going to hit a home run, but obviously I know that there's value there in certain instances, or is it just a feeling thing?
Honestly, it's a feeling thing, and I very, very, very rarely, 3 varies there, folks, if you didn't hear that correctly. that I bet on home runs. Anytime home runs are a far-fetched bet, and you're right, you just never know what you're going to get game in and game out. You try to maximize the matchups every single time, and weather plays a factor. As I mentioned, the winds are going to be howling out to right tonight at Wrigley Field. Sustained winds out to right field around 19 to 20 miles an hour, gusts approaching 30, 35 miles an hour. So, knowing Wrigley and the tendencies in ball flight, and launch angles and everything else, and the fact that PCA is just, scorching the earth right now, he gets a decently hit fly ball to right field. It's going to carry over the fence. We were talking about home runs, and one thing I do want to mention, I don't know if you saw the action in Las Vegas over the weekend, Gabe. They were playing a minor league park. The A's were taking on the Colorado Rockies, who again are going to be dealing with conditions in Chicago. Wind was blowing out that park. It's outdoors. It's hot. It's a little bit of elevation, close to 3,000 feet, the second highest elevated ballpark in all of Major League Baseball, second only to Coors Field. And Colorado scored 23 runs. And the totality over the 6-game homestand for the Athletics, 102 runs, 35 home runs, 35 home runs in 6 games. 7 home runs went over 450 feet. Mati with one arm, our awesome video producer, a couple of bong rips in, could probably hit one out of that park, quite frankly. It was downright ridiculous. And maybe it is a harbinger of things to come in Sin City with that new ballpark being built there on the Strip. Won't be as high as elevation, and you got a retractable roof, but given the conditions, and when that roof is open, man, that ball is going to carry and fly. So watch out, Coors. Your days could be numbered from being the most prolific hitter's haven in Major League Baseball.
Sounded like the Denver Broncos against the Las Vegas Raiders, a score that was coming out of out of the NFL. I mean, just incredible. But you know what? Baseball needs it. Baseball needs excitement. I mean, I know they're trying to shorten games when they implemented the pitch clock a couple of years ago, but 35 home runs over 6 games, that's going to give some overtime to some workers and definitely has, these broadcasters working a little extra as well. But I have no problem with it. I have zero problem with high-scoring baseball games. I love a good pitcher's duel in the playoffs. But if I'm coming out to a game, I want to see 10-8. I want home runs. I want doubles. I don't need a bunch of strikeouts in a Mark Burley 2-hour and 15-minute game. I really want some action. Are you more of a pitch? You want pitching, or you want runs when you coming out to the ballpark?
Oh, I want runs. Look, I would love for like Dansby Swanson to just play all his games in Las Vegas, because maybe he would actually be able to hit 200.
Oh my God. The strays that the Cubs are catching unnecessarily. I love it. But you know what? Hey, you said it right. You said it best. I'm telling you, the fatigue, even internally from Cubs fans, they themselves are bummed out that the Cubs are in the position that they're in right now. But hey, they got the Rockies. Like another comeback win, they can get themselves where they need to be. All right, he's Brad Evans. I'm Gabe Ramirez. This is BetMGM tonight. Coming up on the other side, we get to talk a little bit of baseball in the AL, specifically the MVP race, who's sitting atop the leaderboard there. We'll also talk about some teams that could punch their ticket to the playoffs. Maybe some long bets can win you some long money. We'll do that on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans, Gabe Ramirez on BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
What do the Knicks have to do to try and keep this core together? How much turmoil or movement might they face this offseason?
Well, listen, first of all, they did this year up against the second apron. And Mitchell Robinson's going to be a free agent. And The Knicks really are determined to keep him. They're going to have to go well into the second apron to keep him, and I think they're prepared to do that. I don't think this is going to be a situation like 2011 where the Dallas Mavericks won the NBA championship and Mark Cuban decided that we need to be nimble financially and kind of broke up some of the core of the team. The Knicks are not going to worry about being nimble financially. The Knicks will essentially do what we saw the Celtics do after winning in 2024, which was the fact that they kept that Porzingis, Horford, Holiday core together and paid a big luxury tax bill with the thought of let's try to see if we can have a 2 to 3 year window. The Knicks will attempt to do that. If it starts to crumble and comes apart a little bit, they'll get themselves out of the second apron because we've seen that they have very, very shrewd management that can manage things financially very well, which they've done in the past. But now is a time where the Knicks are going to take advantage of the fact that Jim Dolan has always been willing to spend more than the next guy, and now this is what it's going to be. But I will say this about the Knicks. They're not going to be able to retain Landry Shamet, and they're going to need to replace him. I know Knicks fans love Mohamed Diawara. Maybe he's a guy they can keep, and he plays for them. Maybe he doesn't. Who knows? Their first-round draft pick is going to be really important this year. They have to be careful not to take a developmental project, but to take an older player who can come in and be a rotation guy immediately because they're going to have to pay him a rookie scale deal, and it's going to cost them a lot of money when they're in the second apron and have to pay luxury tax on top of it. So the draft pick here for the Knicks and a team that just won an NBA championship actually looms pretty important in terms of what their chances are to repeat. We just saw a San Antonio team make an NBA final with some young guys. There's young guys that can help you on this level, and that cost-controlled talent when you're building trying to build some kind of dynasty can be really, really vital. And I think it's something to keep an eye on what the Knicks do in next Tuesday's draft.
Before I get to the rest of the league, and in particular the Antetokounmpo sweepstakes that we might see over the next week or so, let me pivot back to the team that just lost. You mentioned the Spurs. Good young team, solid core. Wemby's not going anywhere, and I think we'll grow up a lot both physically and mentally and emotionally this summer. What do they need to do, in your opinion, other than just go through this experience? I mean, what do they need to do to their roster to reconfigure, if anything, going into next year as the favorites?
They need a big athlete that they can play both next to Wemby and for Wemby. When you look at what happened to the Spurs, part of what beat them against the Knicks was the lack of versatility in their rotation. It was Victor Wembanyama and a group of perimeter players. And you saw how devastating in the last two series the Luke Cornett minutes were. They were bad. And although they're paying Cornett, they have him under contract for 3 more years at $30 million. The reality is for them, as a backup center in the regular season, he's fine. You get in the playoffs, you want to be able to match up small with somebody and have a small ball type of 5. The closest guy they have to that's Carter Bryant, and that ain't him. And so that, to me, is the one spot they're going to have to go do something. I know there's a lot of talk about moving De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox had a poor final. He did not have a wonderful playoff, and I do have my concerns about Fox and him not doing what he was brought there to do, which is essentially be a guy that enhances Victor Wembanyama and gets him the ball more. Fox did not do that enough, and that's definitely going to have to change. With that said, he did play the last 2 series with a bad ankle. That is in the regular season, he would not have been playing. So I think for the Spurs, right now, Fox's value is not at a high with a 4-year, $240 million extension kick in. I would not think they're going to do anything to move him, but I do think you see something from them where they find somebody at a reasonable price that can come in, play small ball 5, and be more of a traditional 4 next to Victor Wembanyama, because I think that was something that was uncovered that they desperately needed.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
Billie Jean is not your bookie, But Brad Evans and I, Gabe Ramirez, are your magic 8 ball to give you the answers on how to win some dough. I'm already positive for the day. Norway and Iraq over 2.5 goals. Told you early. Now I'm sitting back ordering pizza with my winnings. That's how it rolls. That's how we roll here on BetMGM tonight.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm feeling good about it. You know, I feel like you don't get those moments too often where you get the cash early, and those feel good. And I want you guys to be there in my enjoyment. But how about putting a bet that can cash you some money later on in the season? Of course, we get an opportunity to talk to you guys about Defying the Odds, MLB edition. So, Brad, there's no surefire frontrunner in this year's MVP, AL MVP race. You figure like everyone that's there, plus money at BetMGM. But among the top options, here's who we have. Yordan Alvarez at plus 110, followed by Bobby Witt Jr. sitting at plus 340, Nick Kurtz at plus 360, and then Ben Rice rounding it out at plus 650. In your mind, when you're looking at this list, who's your pick to take home the hardware?
Nick Kurtz of the Athletics at plus 360, I think is a tremendous value right now. Look, I know he's barely trailing by 2 spots. Yordan Alvarez in Total War, and I pulled that data there at Fangraphs.com. But Kurtz certainly has a very strong case. He is number 8 overall in WAR. And you look on the season in 256 at bats, he's batting robust 293, 18 bombs, 57 runs driven in, 51 runs scored, and he's got 7 stolen bases. And you peel back the layers of the onion, again, being the numbers nerd that I am, looking at some of the advanced data. He's number 3 in all of Major League Baseball among qualifying hitters in average exit velocity. So he is absolutely cracking that bat. Woba, which Monty's always talking about, our outstanding video producer and the steward of the hyphen batter-box.com. He's number 2 at Woba among all major league hitters at 429. A dude just rakes at the dish. The Athletics right now very much in the hunt to win their division. I know they play in a couple of friendly hitter ballparks. They just had that ridiculous homestand in which the combined teams had 102 runs scored and 35 home runs we talked about in the last segment in Viva Las Vegas, and they're playing back at the SAC tonight, and that's an itsy bitsy teeny tiny ballpark in which the ball really jumps out as well. That will play a factor, and some people will probably stiff arm Kurtz as a result. But if the A's, let's say, win the AL West, they best the Seattle Mariners and some of the other key teams in that division of Texas Rangers and punch their ticket for the postseason, Kurtz is the reason why. I know Yordan's having a hell of a year, but is Houston going to be there the bitter end in the playoff hunt? I'll believe it when I see it. I think Kurtz right now is my pick to win AL MVPs, third of the pecking order behind Bobby Witt Jr. and Yordan. Bobby Witt at plus 340, but Kurtz at plus 360 is a better value. And I can already hear my outstanding co-host, Pat Boyle, all the way from across the pond. He's in a spawner right now, and I can hear him saying, Ben Rice, you moron! That's the pick! He's the MVP! No, he's not. Honestly, Ben Rice had a nice year. Paul Goldschmidt, I think, has outproduced him. They're trying to stem things while Aaron Judge is out and weather this storm, and hopefully he's going to be back here in short order. But Nick Kurtz has to be your pick for American League MVP if you have a vote. I do not, but I will find those voters and implore them to make that choice.
Lobbying at its finest right there. Brad Evans, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Gabe Ramirez. This is BetMGM tonight. I think the Ben Rice situation is like, you can't get the Cy Young and the MVP and the home run leader with Aaron Judge and a world championship at the end and the New York Knicks winning. It's just like you don't get it all. You don't get selfish like that and have those kinds of situations. Yeah. All right. You bring up Nick Kurtz. I gotta be honest, Brad. You might need to start a PR company like Noisy Huevos, PR, like something like that, because you're putting out some good. But these guys are gonna need it. When you're talking about a guy like Nick Kurtz playing on the A's, it's like nobody's going to go ahead and cast their vote for someone from the Athletics. No one. It's just not going to happen. Regardless of if they make the playoffs, how well this guy does, he's not leapfrogging some of the guys that are sitting up at the top. You mentioned Yordan Alvarez. Obviously, I'm not sure what's going to happen with them. But what about Bobby Witt Jr., right? You're talking about WAR. You mentioned earlier with PCA. He's sitting at number 1 in the AL right now with a WAR of 4.0, ahead of Alvarez and Nick Kurtz. He plays a premium position. We know the speed is there. The defense is there, right? So you're talking about all tools. This is not just an MVP race like the NBA where Shea only plays one side of the court and Wemby complains about it on the opposite, and then he gets it. No. You got to do everything in Major League Baseball. Bobby Witt Jr. certainly has the full MVP profile. I think the biggest issue there is, their team not doing well. We talked about it with PCA.
Yeah.
It's like if Kansas City were to find their way in an AL Central that's not performing well to kind of creep up to the top, and Bobby Witt Jr. is the result of that, then I think that's where you can find some real good value in a situation like that where, it's paying you $340. I mean, geez. I've been bringing up theory a lot, and I feel like something that I really hesitate to do also, Brad, is place futures bets. Something about like I feel like I could take that money and just blow it in the present. Why wait 6 months to blow it? I could do it right now. Like, try to tell me about like why those bets are sexy and profitable over the course of your gambling careers.
Well, obviously, they're sexy and profitable if they do indeed cash. And, typically I'll bet on some futures like in college basketball. I'll give you a prime example. This is true. I wrote about on my website, thegamingjuice.com, made a very compelling case for the eventual national champions in that sport, the Michigan Wolverines, back in late December. And they were still heavy favorites then. They were like plus 450 or 5-1 odds. It was right around there is what I got them at. And people are like, oh, it's a sucker bet. You're going to type your money for, the next like 3 months. And guess what? It was worth it in the end. Are you going to bet an exorbitant amount? Hopefully not. Do so responsibly. Bet what you can afford to lose. Always. I got to adhere to that rule. It's a hard and fast one to say the least. But if you're going to throw $10, $20, $100, whatever you feel is a safe wager to make, the return could be a windfall at some of the long odds that are out there, even in some of these AL MVP markets like Kurtz, like Bobby Witt. Again, you're the one that's ultimately pulling the trigger on this. We're just dudes with opinions. Fade or follow, as I always say, that is entirely up to you. But time your money out for the next 3-4 months until that determination is made on who is going to win the MVP. You may ultimately forget about the wager, quite frankly. And all of a sudden you wake up, you're like, oh, yeah, it's like week 6 of the NFL. I got to get my bets in here at 11 in the morning before kickoff at noon Central Time. And you're like, what's this? How the hell do I have an extra 300 bones in my account? Oh, that's right. I had Nick Kurtz win an MVP, and that announcement just came down last night. Oh, winner, chicken dinner. So, in hindsight, you could say, yeah, it's a brilliant move, but ultimately those bets got to cash. But yeah, man, you could maybe invest in the stock market and gain some interest. You could play that if you wanted to. But sometimes we'd like to just have a little bit of fun, and that's a fun way to do it.
I'm throwing it on a 5-game parlay at plus 800 odds and hoping for the best. Hoping for the best in that one. But I like it. One of my biggest wins ever was a futures bet. Actually, it was a parlay futures bet, but it was a futures bet. It was when gambling first got legal in Illinois. I made it was when I think it was during the bubble when I think it was Jimmy Butler was playing some games. I parlayed the Heat with some Houston Rockets when James Harden was there. And then the futures portion of it was I put the Dodgers versus the Rays in the World Series to meet. And that was where it really boosted it up a ton. And so it was all those things. And so I remember, I think the Yankees were up 3-1 against the Rays in that series, or 3-2 or something. They were up. And then the Rays came back and ended up winning the series, and I ended up getting, but on the futures, but same thing, you open up the app and they're like, holy moly, Luis, we done did it. We hit the jackpot on that one, and it is certainly a good surprise. Well, we get an opportunity to give you an opportunity to have that surprise in your account right now. Let's talk a little bit about teams that are currently available at plus money to make the playoffs. I'm going to give you a list, Brad. You tell me which ones you feel like has the best odds to punch its ticket. Blue Jays sitting at 115. The Sox at plus 115. Orioles at plus 240. We mentioned the Marlins earlier. They're sitting at plus 800. Or the Boston Red Sox at plus 800. Who do you think has the best odds there?
How the world are the White Sox plus money right now? I don't understand it. People need to wake the heck up of this team. I understand it's the White Sox. I understand they've been, not exactly world beaters and have been in the barrel of the basement for a number of years. But you need to embrace the reality of how good this team is right now. They are constructed to win, and they've been without their best player, one of the best pure power hitters in the game in Murakami the last couple of weeks, and he's going to be coming back soon. And they're still raking the dish, and they're still getting outstanding pitching performances. I made the case last night for Davis Martin to be a dark horse to win the AL Cy Young at like 22-1. I firmly believe that. He's in action tonight against the vaunted, the storied, the legendary New York Yankees. Nobody beats the New York Yankees. Well, the better pinstripes that are out there right now belong on the uniforms of the Chicago White Sox. Garrett Cole is going against Davis Martin tonight, and this is kind of a prove-it series in my mind for the Southsiders, and I think they're going to rise to the occasion. Would not all surprise me if they won the series. Wouldn't all surprise me if they bested Garrett Cole, because Martin has been that damn good at eating innings, striking out guys, not walking anybody. Just been outstanding, and they got boppers across the board. They're one of the best power hitting teams in all of Major League Baseball. And you look at the White Sox, the rest of the season schedule, third easiest in all of the bigs. And I know the pitching staff as a collective is just number 22 in team ERA here in the month of June. But this is a team that's top 10 in WRC plus over that same span. And they're a team, too, that they've got really good bullpen efforts. You know, outside of Davis Martin, like Sean Berg's been a misadventure. Some of the other starters have been misadventures. The bullpen's been solid. They're top 10 in ERA this month. The White Sox are making the playoffs. The White Sox, yes, the White Sox are winning the AL Central. Believe it, folks. I'm not a Sox fan. Am I a sympathizer? I guess, because I love everything about Chicago. The South Side has the best food among the two ballparks. I'll give them credit there. But the White Sox need to be understood that they are this good, and they are destined to make the postseason. Plus 115. Take my money, BetMGM.
I need to get that as my ringtone, because as a Sox fan, that was music to my ears. I'm still hesitant, just because of the last couple of seasons, to just go lay claim that the White Sox are making the playoffs. And I think that's why the number is so juicy still, right? You're talking about plus money for a team that is playing well. It's just the history precedes them. And I think that's where people are not necessarily moving the line or laying down the money that they should. But you hear Brad, right? They're plus 210 to win the AL Central, plus 115 to make the playoffs. And you're talking about a squad, as you mentioned, not necessarily didn't have the best arms, right? And these are guys that were pieces that were more than likely going to be moved at the trade deadline. When you're talking about Anthony Kay, Eric Fetty, these were wily veterans that were supposed to be given an opportunity to be in a rotation so that way you could be a key component of a team that was making a playoff run. Well, guess what? The White Sox are in the middle of said run, and there's still help on the way when you're thinking of guys like Hagen Smith making his way up, Noah Schultz coming back from injury. So the arms are there, and it doesn't necessarily have to come via a trade. They have it internally because of what they've been able to do with their farm system. But it'll be interesting to see if Chris Getz is a buyer at the trade deadline. The White Sox, you're blowing my mind when you said White Sox winning the Central, making the playoffs. It's blowing my mind even more thinking about that the White Sox could be a buyer for anything when it comes to Major League Baseball. All right, on the other side, we're going to keep the conversation going on with our game True or False. Our producer Brandon's going to hit us with some statements. We get to go ahead and argue and bicker. Hopefully, we don't meet in the middle of a back alley somewhere, because Brad already let us know that he'll win that fight. All right, we'll catch you guys on the other side with a little True or False with Brad Evans, Gabe Ramirez right here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
it's indicative of a guy who is me first. And unless I had a stellar interview with him, which again, doesn't sound like he's going to grant teams the opportunity for, unless I had a stellar interview with him or a stellar background report on him that told me, no, this is up. Come on. It's just a guy looking out for himself. He's a good guy, team player. If he comes in, he makes everyone around him better, not just him stepping into the lineup. Unless I had that, I wouldn't be hyped to pick Darren Peterson. Based on talent alone, yes. Based on all the other intangibles swirling around, no. I'm not racing to the podium with that pick. It is prima donna behavior. Once again, we need an adult in the room to tell Darren Peterson, hey, there's a chance, pretty good chance you don't go first overall. And I get it. You don't want to go to Utah. But this is not the way to force yourself into a different situation, because you're now clouding the judgment of your character even more so than you did with the way you played this past season.
And my eyes keep going towards Matt Fitzpatrick, who actually opened to start the week at 25-1. Granted, the odds have been out for the whole year for the U.S. Open, but he was 25-1 just 24 hours ago, 48 hours ago, and it's already dropped to 20-1. I spoke with Fitzpatrick after his press conference yesterday, and look, everything's kind of firing on all cylinders. He's a guy that's won 3 times on the PGA Tour this year, the only 3-time winner. He was runner-up last week in Canada. He's won a U.S. Open in the past, just 4 years ago at Brookline. And he played well here in 2018. The last time the U.S. Open was contested at Shinnecock, he finished in the tie for 12th place. That's sort of it. Does it guarantee that Matt Fitzpatrick is going to win or even contend for this title? Of course not. That said, he kind of ticks all the boxes that we're looking for. And so I can't really find any faults with Fitzpatrick whatsoever. Most players, I can point to something a little off. Okay, maybe the ball striking's not there. Maybe the short game isn't quite where this player needs to be. Maybe his form hasn't been great over his last few starts. Fitzpatrick has everything that I'm looking for. So I think that 20-1 range makes a lot of sense.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Why wait till tomorrow when you got Brandon Combs, our producer, telling you who is going to get a hit tonight? Michael Harris getting one early in the game before being removed. trying to win you dough, bro. What we do? Brad Evans, Gabe Ramirez, BetMGM tonight. Brandon, did you lay the money or did you just give us the advice?
Oh no, I laid the money. See, I'm a psychopath, Gabe. You'll find out. I laid the money and I bet all of our guys. I followed our parlay.
Oh, I like it. I like it. So
Yeah.
Uber Eats on you tomorrow if this whole thing pans out. I love it. All right,
Yeah, my $4.50 should buy us all something like one fry each.
I'll take a honey bun, my friend. I'll take a honey bun. All right. Now it is time for us to get into our segment called True or False. Brandon has some statements. Brad and I discuss whether or not I am wrong and he is right.
All right, here we go, boys. True or false? It's a foregone conclusion Brendan Sorsby will get selected in the NFL supplemental draft. Brad, true or false?
It's true. Look, the NFL is a quarterback-needy league, and I know we have a rich draft class coming down the chute next year, but somebody is bound to submit through the blind bid process, probably a day 3 type of selection, round 5, round 6, round 7 pick. And seeing, what they can ultimately get out of Sorsby. There's some risks attached, but obviously the kid's got nothing but upside. If he didn't have the baggage with him, I would probably be like a late first rounder, maybe even a little bit higher in the NFL draft overall. So, yes, it is a foregone conclusion. Brendan Sorsby will get selected by some franchise. They're going to be the Jets in the NFL supplemental draft this year.
I agree. I think it is true. It's unfortunate. Without a doubt, it's unfortunate that he will be playing in the NFL next year in some capacity. But a team will take a flyer on Brendan Sorsby. I think we've been nailing it on the head, assuming that it is blind bidding. So somebody probably will throw the flyer of a 6th or 7th rounder, and then the team that actually wants him in the building will more than likely give up a 5th rounder. And then you'll be able to see Brendan Sorsby. Maybe he can come on BetMGM tonight and give us some hot takes since he can't bet anymore, since he'll be in the NFL.
If that's fantastic. But if any GM takes a chance on Brendan Sorsby, they should be fired immediately. Wow. Be terminated without cause. Just get the hell out of my building, because why are you taking a chance on Brendan Sorsby? Why are you bringing him into the building, giving up a draft pick to bring this guy into the building when you could just pass on him in a supplemental draft? Nobody's going to take a chance on him, and then make him come try out. You can get him for free. Why take a chance on him in the supplemental draft? Why give up a draft pick when you could pick one of 1,000 guys who hasn't bet on their own team to win? All right.
Fair enough.
Let's move on to the next true or false. Among this year's loaded point guard NBA draft class, Darius Acuff will be the biggest standout 10 years from now. Gabe,
Darius
true or
Acuff
false?
might be the rookie of the year. I mean, he has that level of ability. When you're looking at who sits at the top, of course, AJ DeBonsa, not in the guard lexicon that we're talking about or discussing. We're talking about guys, obviously, specifically Darren Peterson is who we're making this comparison against. And so for me, Darius Acuff is exactly what you need in the NBA, and you saw it with Jalen Brunson. A score first, dominant guard that can get to the bucket, but at the same time, intelligent enough to move off of it and find the open guy. Darius Acuff is lightning quick. And until he has an injury, that is what's going to allow you to stand out. We know that well in Chicago with guys like Derrick Rose. But again, the faster you are in a fast NBA, the more dangerous you can be. Now, can he be Allen Iverson-like? Can you develop that jumper? Can you knock down the 3 consistently? And can you not be a liability on the defensive end? That in itself is going to determine whether or not he can be the biggest standout in 10 years from now when talking about point guards. But Darius Acuff, Caleb Wilson, that's going to be a difficult decision for the Chicago Bulls if they're both available at 5.
Yeah, it's very true. It doesn't matter what the landing spot is. A lot of prognosticators believe that Acuff's going to land with the Brooklyn Nets at number 6 overall. I think that's a great spot for him to go because he's going to start immediately. I think he's going to average at least 18 points per game in his inaugural campaign. The guy was a bucket getter at Arkansas, an absolute blur on the floor. a guy that could really dish the rock consistently and efficiently. And he just scored prolifically, 23.5 points per game. He shot 44% from way downtown. He's already got that range. Darius Acuff, and I love A.J. DeBonsa, but we're speaking specifically to point guards. You know I love me some Keaton Vogler from the ILL. Michael Brown, Kingston Fleming's also going to be in this conversation. But Acuff will be the dude among this very talented and deep point guard class who's going to put up crooked numbers extraordinarily well. So whoever lands his services, you're welcome. You're probably going to have a perennial all-star on your roster.
If the Bulls pass on Darius Acuff, we riot. I'm just going to throw that out there. All right.
You guys are drafting Caleb Wilson, but continue.
Look, we love our small guards here in Chicago. We love them. They
Rising
may
Graham
not
said
have
best
needs
player
within
available.
4 years, but we love them. All right. In BetMGM's newly released first-time champ market, one of the Mariners, Padres, Brewers, Rays, or Rockies rewards risk takers come year's end at plus 360. Brad?
False. The only team that's going to be in this conversation, in my mind, when the dust settles on the Major League Baseball season, would be the Milwaukee Brewers. I think they have a legitimate shot of making the World Series, but are they going to win a championship for the first time in franchise history? No, I don't. I'm not buying it. If they go toe-to-toe against the New York Yankees, I think the Yankees best them in a World Series best-of-7 scenario. And there's, tough and formidable competition, of course, in the National League with the LA Dodgers, and some of the other franchises that are out there, the Atlanta Braves, the best team in baseball right now. So it's not even a foregone conclusion they can make the Fall Classic. So they're the only team. And this market should be like 10-1 or 15-1 that has a shot of winning the whole shebang this year. Mariners, Padres, Rays, or the Rockies. The fact they even list the Rockies should automatically strike this from the record. But no, the Brewers, none of these franchises are winning a baseball title this year.
Yeah, obviously you can throw the Rockies out. When you're looking at the Brewers, I hear what you're saying in terms of what odds should be 15-1 with all these. But, the Padres, you got to anticipate a team that can make a move at the deadline to improve the roster. Maybe it's them that gets the first-time champ market. But you can check it out right now on BetMGM's newly released first-time champ market. Maybe you might want to sprinkle something there. And when we come back, we dissect the Miami Dolphins. We call it a three-point stance. Everybody that's in the 305, stay tuned because Brad Evans, myself, Gabe Ramirez, got you covered right here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I don't know if I'd give up more than a third-round pick for that. Because when I go back and look at Sorsby, there were a couple weeks last year where he was not good. He knows how talented he is. He knows his arm strength. He knows his athletic abilities and hasn't yet caught up in judgment speed to physical athletic ability speed. Questionable judgment. Imagine that coming from Sorsby. And I think that's what will keep Brendan Sorsby from someone spending more than, say, a third-round pick on him in this supplemental draft. But the mechanics of it and how it all works, for the first time in 5 years, I think, we'll have a supplemental draft. For the first time in 7 years, I imagine someone will actually take the player available in this supplemental draft. It's going to be fascinating to watch.
The Celtics are much more viable in this than I think anyone wants to let on. Just because here's the thing for Milwaukee, they'll get some Celtics picks, but they know that they can flip Jaylen Brown in a Giannis deal and get a whole lot of what they want out on the open market. And it may be a situation like what Portland did with Lillard, where they were able to get third teams involved and collect assets from two sides. You may see a situation that happens that way, and I think that will be very interesting. Like, listen, they had Phoenix involved in that deal. They were able to bring in Ayton. So, they couldn't get exactly what they wanted from one team in a deal.
Well, there's clearly one GM that has the most pressure on him with anybody. His name is Stan Bowman. He works at Edmonton. He's hiring a coach that the first move you have to make to hire the coach is put him under investigation. You hear that clock? You hear that ticking, Chris? That's Connor McDavid's contract. It's up in 2 years.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood Sports.
With Brad Evans and myself, Gabe Ramirez, filling in for Pat Boyle today on BetMGM Tonight. And now we get a chance to talk about some NFL, specifically what is going on with the Miami Dolphins. Oh, nothing. But we get to dissect it in a way that maybe you can figure out where these wins are at for them, Brad. Obviously, we got to talk about the two biggest departures, right? Not only Tua Tagovailoa, but also, their head coach, Mike McDaniel. I mean, when you're thinking about what once was the novelty of the NFL, the offensive mastermind that was going to come in and use Tyreek Hill to propel this franchise back to its glory. And like with most things, and you're a Cubs fan, so you know this well, Joe Madden's shtick can only get you by for so many seasons before it starts to wear thin in the locker room. And I think that's what ended up happening with this Dolphins team.
Yeah, I think that's entirely fair. And, McDaniel was kind of a weird duck. He's a brilliant football mind and a guy can call an incredible offense. We know that, but it didn't really fire on all cylinders. And they had a lot of lackluster performances, whether on the offensive line, whether defensively as well. Tua Tagovailoa regressed over his career, though the completion percentage was still relatively high. They were just largely inefficient passes, really beyond like 10 to 15-yard range. I like, what he maximized out of Devon Achane, who is a surefire franchise running back, but the cupboard is bare overall for this current state of the organization. Now, Jalen Waddle's gone bye-bye, right? Got a new quarterback under center, Malik Willis, who I like quite a bit, but he didn't have the weapons around him outside of Achane, in my estimation. And McDaniel's going to do wonders, I think, with the LA Chargers. I think the LA Chargers is going to be a team that are going to be able to compete in the AFC. They're going to be a team that could compete for a Super Bowl berth. I don't think that's a stretch of the imagination by any way, shape, or form, because he doesn't have the added responsibility of a head coach. You just go out there and call the offensive plays. Everything else is going to reside on the shoulders of one Jim Harbaugh, and he can obviously handle all of that heat and run a very effective franchise overall. So I think McDaniel's got a phenomenal rebirth as an offensive play caller on the left coast, although it didn't work out on the right coast. And my goodness, do the Miami Dolphins have years to go, it seems, to build even a respectable franchise. This could be the worst team by a mile in the NFL this year.
When you're thinking about, where their actual talent lies, you struggle to find that. And one of the most difficult jobs for a general manager is to evaluate talent when you're dealing with a rebuild. And that's exactly where the Dolphins are at in the present. You need bodies, right, to play the games and get the people there in the stands, and you need your guys. But in terms of evaluating, it's extremely difficult, right? I saw the Bears do it several seasons ago, where Ryan Poles comes in and has to see who's going to be a part of this roster for the next several seasons. Also, thinking about your timeline, that if this guy's only going to be around for 2 years, then he's not valuable to me because that doesn't align with what I think is my window for my organization. So, you see a guy like Malik Willis come in. Again, someone where you got to pay someone to be under center and play the premium position. He had his opportunity in Tennessee, goes to Green Bay, and now you find him in Miami. Is this a guy where is he going to be someone like a Geno Smith, Brad, where he's going to fill up the fantasy football stat sheets because, he can create that deception on offenses? Or do you think he's going to be a little bit in over his head over the course of a 17-game season?
Well, I mean, the couple of downsides are, one, you don't have the weapons around him outside of Von Achane, and we're going to get more into that here in a second. And B, he is going to be playing from behind, I think, in pretty much every single game this year because the defense is going to be a sieve. That you could argue that on paper, entering the regular season, Miami Dolphins are going to have the worst defense in the NFL, and arguably the worst offense overall in the National Football League to boot. So their weaknesses galore. It's going to be a massive learning curve as a result for Malik Willis. But what I love about Willis is his improvement, going from Tennessee to Green Bay. And I know you might say, sample size, Evans. I get it. It is a limited sample size in Green Bay, but LeFleur and company did a remarkable job advancing his overall skill set. And let me give you the data to back it up. Among quarterbacks with at least 40 dropbacks last season, I know it's a small sample size, but again, with at least 40 dropbacks last season, Malik Willis was numero uno, mi amigos, in adjusted completion percentage. I mean, that goes to show you the sharpness, the betterment in accuracy overall that he exhibited last season, though in a limited role with the Green Bay Packers. I go back to that game late in the year he had as a starter. I think it was like week 17 against the Baltimore Ravens. He had 3 combined touchdowns, 2 on the ground, 1 through the air. He ran for 60 yards in that game. And that's what really speaks to his strength, is that duality. The guy's got a rocket arm. He's improved with his touch, and the legs are still prolific. He can go out there and maybe run 40, 45 yards on average on a per game basis. For those of you that are thinking about investing in Malik Willis' services for fantasy football purposes, he's worth entertaining. I'm one of those sickos that plays in a Superflex league, Gabe. So it's essentially a 2-quarterback format. I play in a 14-teamer. I play in a 16-teamer. Yes, I'm an idiot. Quarterbacks are worth everything in that kind of format. Will I go the extra mile to acquire Malik Willis? I bet your bottom dollar I will. He may not throw for 20 passing touchdowns this year, but he is going to run for at least 600, if not 700 yards, probably have 6 to 8 rushing touchdowns, and he's going to come out smelling like a rose in garbage time because, as I mentioned, Miami is going to be playing from behind in every single contest this year.
He's Brad Evans. I'm Gabe Ramirez. It's BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. You're absolutely right. And you think about what is the biggest best friend to a mobile quarterback like Malik Willis? It's a good running back, and he has that in Miami at the very least. So it's up to the offensive coordinator to design this offense. You see the RPO work at length with Green Bay. I saw it up close and personal several times throughout the years, specifically with the Packers. And so that in itself is built in. But one thing that you said that stood out, when you play fantasy football, you know it, whether you're playing in a league where, your rushing touchdowns are worth more than passing touchdowns, quarterbacks that have that duality, right? Like your Jalen Hurts, Kyler Murray at one point in his career, guys that are Josh Allen, obviously, guys that can tack on those that steal touchdowns away from RB1s and RB2s, they become that much more valuable. And especially in the Superflex league, oh my goodness, it's that Malik Willis game where he gives you that random 40, right? That propels you to victory on a Sunday night when you weren't banking on it and you thought the game was over because last week he gave you a 10. But you had to play him because nobody else is available. We've been there before. All right. Speaking of fantasy, let's talk a little bit about guys that you feel like can add value to some teams, Brad. Specifically, fantasy value. Who do you feel like that is for you?
I'll double down on Malik Willis. I mean, right now his average draft position is quarterback 22. Okay, he's nothing. 126.95 overall. I mean, that is not even remotely a pretty penny. That's like the dullest penny in the bank that you have. He is an afterthought. He's somebody you're getting in the 11th hour. A lot of your league mates are going to be sitting in the room blackout drunk, and you're just going to go pluck him, and you're going to probably start him more often than not. You may have a better quarterback one. Maybe got a Lamar Jackson. Maybe got a Joe Burrow. Maybe have a Matthew Stafford. But Malik Willis, when the matchup presents itself against a relatively soft defense, he is going to put a lot of crooked numbers up on the scoreboard. Again, with that key word that you and I keep harping on, duality. He may not, throw for 215 yards any given Sunday. He may not throw for multiple touchdowns, but maybe goes for like $190, one passing touchdown, and then raises the floor with those 40 to 60 rushing yards. Maybe he finds the end zone with the legs as well. That's going to happen more often than not. Malik Willis is going to be, and bank on it, folks, a top 20, even maybe a borderline top 15 fantasy quarterback this year. Believe in the fight.
I believe. I'm here for it. But here's the question that I have, though, right? And again, I go back to the theory portion. I'm not a guy. I'm cut from the cloth of guys that don't carry a backup quarterback on their team, right? Like I get my guy, then I fill in the rest of my roster, and if I need a QB on a random bye week or if my guy goes down, I just become a flyer QB person at that moment, or I go look into the trade market. You obviously bringing up Malik Willis, you're pointing to a secondary quarterback on your roster. Talk to me about the benefits of why you feel like that's not taboo for you to have the backup QB sitting on your bench.
Hey, let's say you're playing in a 12-team league, right? Chances are you're going to have 5-6 bench spots overall. Typically I like to stockpile backup running backs and wide receivers because they're going to have more long-term value, especially if the player ahead of them on the depth chart is felled by a major injury. With the injury always lurking, that is always on the table. But it's good to have a backup quarterback as well. The cupboard may be somewhat bare. Some of the free agent quarterbacks that are out there. And, maybe there's that jackass in your league that stashes like 3 quarterbacks on his roster and has that market cornered where if, for example, last year, and the reason why my team just sucked to high heaven is because Joe Burrow got hurt early in the year, and I didn't have a quality backup quarterback
Mm.
to plug and play. So I was chasing the waiver wire every single week. I was chasing and trying to maximize those matchup week in and week out, and didn't work out for me. It'd been really nice to have a guy with who I
Malik
think is going to
Willis.
have a relatively high floor, and a Malik Willis that may get you 17, 18, 19, 20 points in a given week so you can stem the tide, so you can survive to play another week until your ace in the hole comes back from injury, unless it's a season-ending variety of an injury. So that is the upside of having a backup quarterback and spending one of those valuable bench spots and having one of those dudes on your roster, because injuries happen, and to make sure you have a quality backup to plug and play so you can march on and win games.
Be prepared. That's what Brad Evans is telling you. That's my big takeaway. So got to look at that QB2 market to make sure that you are ready to roll. All right. I am going to throw out a name. Different Malik, though. How about Malik Washington, right? I mean, if we're talking about Malik Willis, in the event that he has to throw the ball, somebody has to take up these targets, right? No, like you mentioned, no Jalen Waddle, no Tyreek Hill. So somebody's got to catch it. And it might not be a situation where, he's giving you 12 catches for 150 yards and 2 touchdowns. But if it can be like a Wan'Dale Robinson situation from last season where, you're getting 7 catches, 87 yards, your third wide receiver that you can tack in with your 2 wide receiver ones that you were able to scoop up in rounds 2 and 3. It's just a complementary piece. And then Brad just talked about depth on a team. And again, I think what's more important, right? And even, please correct me if I'm wrong in thinking this in my own fantasy world or fantasy football mind, is like, I'd rather have a number 1 target on a bad team than, a touchdown or bust guy that's the number 3 in terms of who I'm picking up, in the latter moments. Curious your thoughts on that, but also want to hear the next one that you got for us, which is our player prop play.
Yeah, I like him, Malik Washington, quite a bit. He's a gadgety guy. A thick dude, pretty good, appreciable yards after the catch, and a guy that could make beautiful music with Malik Willis. That is something to monitor. Somebody is going to emerge as a primary vertical weapon and the flavor of choice from Malik Willis in training camp. And that's why I got to stay on top of the news. We're going to have you covered nightly here on BetMGM tonight. Oh, my God, PCA, first at bat, gone!
No way! No way! Are you kidding me?
We were just talking about
Why did I not lay that?
And again, the wind was howling out to right field.
You called
Brandon
that.
Combs and I were talking about it off air.
God.
We bring it on air, that conversation. And sure enough, first at bat of the game, just like last night, PCA goes yard at Wrigley, baby. Woo! Man, he got
Brad Evans,
anyway,
ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no. I mean, what a moment. You called it. This is why you listen to the show. This is why you hang out with us, giving you the winners, the logic behind it, not just randomly throwing out bets, talking about the wind blowing out in Wrigley tonight. That was a great call right there.
That was ridiculous. Anyway, the player prop that I like long-term for this team is Greg Dulcich. The tight end of this franchise. He's got a lot of buzz in the minicamp of the OTA season already with that chemistry that's brewing with Malik Willis. And they believe he could be on the brink of a breakout. I like his over 425.5. It's a really low number receiving yards at a minus 115. Projected by Mike Clay to have 542 yards on over 50 receptions this season. And Mike Clay at ESPN. And you look at what Dulcich has done. Last season, he only averaged 3.3 targets per game. I think he could maybe average like 5 targets per game this season. Appreciable yak numbers for him in a limited role last year. Very handsome 2.54 yards per route run. And he had a 119.1 passer rating when targeted. Again, the improved accuracy of Malik Willis. I think he's going to rely on that sore thumb that is going to stick out over the middle of the field. And Greg Dulcich this season could be a breakout candidate for the Miami Dolphins this year. That's why I love the over at 425.5 receiving yards.
I need to double down on this one. First of all, you're on fire. You got the PCA one. Now you're talking about another long-term bet, but you're giving me the reasonings why, right? But I'm going to throw a couple more on there. When you're talking about the 3.5 targets per game, Tua was a guy who he knew when you're thinking about the slot and if he needed to get the ball out quick, you had two guys that were more than capable in those situations. I think Malik Willis under center, obviously he's going to be relying on some fail-safe targets for him, and I think you're right. Greg Dulcich could be that guy. 425 sitting there over the course of a season. Health, obviously, a factor there, but he could be someone. Again, when you're thinking about getting your, floating your tight ends week in and week out. I mean, that could be a guy too if he's still available for you that you could be picking up on your fantasy wires as well. All right, we got to talk about the over under. Right, it's a dirty game you play with these kinds of teams because we've seen it in years past with like the Carolina Panthers, where the win totals are sitting very low, but there's a level of believability in some parts of the country. You see the over under sitting at 4.5 right now for the Miami Dolphins. What are you looking at? What are you liking on that one?
Brendo, have the sounder ready. I am living in a land down under, Gabe. Give me some minute work. This is going to be the worst team in the NFL. Let's not sugarcoat it. They're going to be lousy. They may win like 2 or 3 games. And 5 is the requirement to cash the over. That's why I said plus money. And it's not heavy plus money right now at BetMGM. It's at plus 110, minus 130 on the under. How are they going to get there? I look at Mike Clay and his projections there at ESPN, and they only have a 30% or greater win probability, Gabe, in one game. One lousy game. And that's a 30% win probability. That's how bad this team could be. Again, projected to be dead last in terms of overall personnel on offense, dead last overall personnel on defense. Number 30 projected offensive line. That's not great either. They have the second hardest overall strength of schedule. Miami is going to be repulsive. They're going to be repugnant. They're going to stink to high heaven. 3 wins. Mark it down right now. Way under 4.5.
Oh man, how am I on the opposite side of this bet when it comes to the Miami Dolphins? I don't even know. I don't know. I don't need them to be good. I just need them to be 5-12. A very lowly, respectable 5-12, where you're not getting the number 1 pick in the draft, but you're finding yourself somewhere in the hunt for 3 through 6. That's just where I need you to be. I need a couple games against teams where they sit the quarterback and they end up losing as a result. I need a couple of those stock. I need them to go 2-0 at the beginning of the season and then go crazy in the middle. I'm not even convincing myself. I think the under is the smart play, and there's no doubt about it when it comes to the Miami Dolphins and what they're going to be doing. The NFL is littered with talent, right? And week in and week out, we see it. The margins are so small, but if you're a bad team, you allow them to be bigger for the superior squads. And you see it week in and week out where in the second half of games, they falter. They can't put up points. They can't stop the opposing team's offenses. I think the Miami Dolphins will find themselves on the bad side of that more often than not. All right, on the other side, we get an opportunity to do a little fade or follow. You're looking to make some money. We have your NFL edition ready to go. Can Patrick Mahomes play a full season? Oh, I cannot wait to talk about that. We'll do that and more on the other side. It's Gabe Ramirez, Brad Evans, right here on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
What do the Knicks have to do to try and keep this core together? How much turmoil or movement might they face this offseason?
Well, listen, first of all, they did this year up against the second apron. And Mitchell Robinson's going to be a free agent, and the Knicks really are determined to keep him. they're going to have to go well into the second apron to keep him. And I think they're prepared to do that. I don't think this is going to be a situation like 2011 where the Dallas Mavericks won the NBA championship and Mark Cuban decided that we need to be nimble financially and kind of broke up some of the core of the team. The Knicks are not going to worry about being nimble financially. The Knicks will essentially do what we saw the Celtics do after winning in 2024, which was the fact that they kept that Porzingis, Horford, Holiday core together and paid a big luxury tax bill with the thought of let's try to see if we can have a 2 to 3 year window. The Knicks will attempt to do that. If it starts to crumble and comes apart a little bit, they'll get themselves out of the second apron because we've seen that they have very, very shrewd management that can manage things financially very well, which they've done in the past. But now is a time where the Knicks are going to take advantage of the fact that Jim Dolan has always been willing to spend more than the next guy. And now this is what it's going to be. But I will say this about the Knicks. They're not going to be able to retain Landry Shamet, and they're going to need to replace him. I know Knicks fans love Mohamed Diawara. Maybe he's a guy they can keep, and he plays for them. Maybe he doesn't. Who knows? Their first-round draft pick is going to be really important this year. They have to be careful not to take a developmental project, but to take an older player who can come in and be a rotation guy immediately because they're going to have to pay him a rookie scale deal, and it's going to cost them a lot of money when they're in the second apron and have to pay luxury tax on top of it. So the draft pick here for the Knicks and a team that just won an NBA championship actually looms pretty important in terms of what their chances are to repeat. We just saw a San Antonio team make an NBA final with some young guys. There's young guys that can help you on this level, and that cost-controlled talent when you're building trying to build some kind of dynasty can be really, really vital. And I think it's something to keep an eye on what the Knicks do in next Tuesday's draft.
Before I get to the rest of the league, and in particular the Antetokounmpo sweepstakes that we might see over the next week or so, let me pivot back to the team that just lost. You mentioned the Spurs. Good young team, solid core. Wemby's not going anywhere, and I think we'll grow up a lot both physically and mentally and emotionally this summer. What do they need to do, in your opinion, other than just go through this experience? What do they need to do to their roster to reconfigure, if anything, going into next year as the favorites?
They need a big athlete that they can play both next to Wemby and for Wemby. When you look at what happened to the Spurs, part of what beat them against the Knicks was the lack of versatility in their rotation. It was Victor Wembanyama and a group of perimeter players. And you saw how devastating in the last two series the Luke Cornett minutes were. They were bad. And although they're paying Cornett, they have him under contract for 3 more years at $30 million. The reality is for them, as a backup center in the regular season, he's fine. You get in the playoffs, you want to be able to match up small with somebody and have a small ball type of five. The closest guy they have to that's Carter Bryant, and that ain't him. And so that, to me, is the one spot they're going to have to go do something. I know there's a lot of talk about moving De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox had a poor final. He did not have a wonderful playoff, and I do have my concerns about Fox and him not doing what he was brought there to do, which is essentially be a guy that enhances Victor Wembanyama and gets him the ball more. Fox did not do that enough, and that's definitely going to have to change. With that said, he did play the last 2 series with a bad ankle. That is, in the regular season, he would not have been playing. So I think for the Spurs, right now, Fox's value is not at a high with a 4-year, $240 million extension kick in. I would not think they're going to do anything to move him, but I do think you see something from them where they find somebody at a reasonable price that can come in, play small ball 5, and be more of a traditional 4 next to Victor Wembanyama, because I think that was something that was uncovered that they desperately needed.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Why would you wait till tomorrow to fade both Brad and I? That's silly. You could do it right now as we do fade or follow. It is Gabe Ramirez. It is Brad Evans. It is BetMGM tonight. I'm filling in for Pat Boyle. He is in España practicando su español. I tried to give him some tips before he left, but Noisy Huevos was right in there making sure that it happened. And of course, all this is brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today and please gamble responsibly. All right, fade or follow. We throw out some lines. You and I both say whether it is something we will fade or follow. First up, Patrick Mahomes. We talked about it before the break. Playing 17 games. Is that something you're going to fade or follow, Brad?
Well, I will say this. Patrick Mahomes, very encouraging signs. I think he is targeting, and I think he's probably going to reach that goal of being available week 1 of the upcoming NFL season. They're taking on the Denver Broncos, so very meaningful divisional game to begin the season, to say the least. So, I think Mahomes is entirely aiming to be out there and available and slinging the pill around without any repercussions, without any limitations whatsoever. And I think he'll probably reach that. However, you look over the last 3 seasons, he's gone 16 games and 14 games. I don't think he's going to play the full season. Now, how many games ultimately is he going to miss? That's anybody's best guess. Injuries are really difficult to predict, but he's coming off that catastrophic knee injury that was late in the season. But again, he's a guy that's doing everything in his power. He's a quick healer. He's extremely rich with that 2-year extension, in which he is going to earn upwards of $500 million in his NFL playing career. So Mahomes will be out there week 1. He's not going to play all 17 games. He may play 16, but he could also miss a couple additional ones. Maybe he only plays like 13 or 14, but he'll be out there for the majority of the season. But in this case, I got to fade 17 games for Money Mahomes.
He's too valuable to leave him out there throughout the course of a season. You find a moment where he's slightly dinged up, or, he's arguing with Andy Reid on the sidelines about wanting to come back in. That moment, that's the one where you sit him down at, right? There's no glory to be gained by playing 17 games, unless internally it's really something you want to prove to yourself. But you're Patrick Mahomes. You don't have to prove much more to yourself. So I'm gonna follow the comeback, but I'm gonna fade the 17 games. I think, you're thinking about, coming back from an injury. The last thing you want to do is, ramp it up a bit too much. I know they're going to do a great job of protecting him, and he does a great job himself of avoiding contact as best as possible. But, 17 games is difficult. Not many quarterbacks do it throughout a season, and I don't think Patrick Mahomes will have that luxury either. All right, Caleb Williams, another quarterback who, has played a ton of games for the Chicago Bears. Hopefully he's not throwing touchdowns off of his back foot, but 30 passing touchdowns. Is that something you are going to fade or are you going to follow?
Before I give my answer, Brando, bear down, Chicago Bears.
I love this. I love this show.
Hell yeah. Look, Bears got a murderer's row kind of schedule. One of the toughest schedules in the National Football League. I'm a diehard Bears guy, admittedly so. Caleb Williams is my dude. I love him. I will kiss the ground that he indeed walks on. But being an objective radio host, Gabe, I have to fade this. Look, no franchise quarterback in the history of the Bears has ever reached the 30 passing touchdowns mark in a singular season. Williams may do it at some point during his, what I feel is going to be an illustrious, duration with the Windy City Representatives. But I don't think a 30 passing touchdown is going to happen this year. I think it's going to come just shy of that, like 26, 27 makes sense. He has 20 in year 1, passing touchdown, 27 last year. I think it would be close to a duplication this year of what he did a season ago. He was only number 38 in adjusted completion percentage. He's really got to improve with the overall accuracy, though that flick of the wrist, the deep balls that he throws, and some are right on the money, are otherworldly and almost godlike. He was number 10 in red zone pass attempts in totality last year, but only number 22 in red zone completion percentage. He has got to be better inside the 20-yard line. Third hardest overall schedule for a fantasy quarterback. Mike Clay at ESPN's got a projected for 25. Again, I think it is a replication of last year. 27 passing touchdowns. I got to fade Caleb Williams tossing 30.
I'm imagining Caleb Williams doing his iconic Jumpman toss. I'm imagining him do his Shiver Me Timbers, Iceman cometh, iconic trademark shimmy. And I can't imagine a world in which Caleb Williams does not throw 30 touchdowns. If I am to buy that Ben Johnson is the offensive whisperer, if he is the one to unlock more Caleb Williams, you get rid of DJ Moore, not because you think you're going to do less Caleb Williams. It's because you think you're going to do more of him. You don't get another Sam Roush in the third round because you're doing 13 personnel because no. You're going to let the ball flow. And Caleb Williams is a guy who I think he wants to break all these records. He wants 4,000 yards. He wants 30 touchdowns. He wants an MVP, and he wants a Super Bowl championship. And so I think this is the year, right? Year 2 of Ben Johnson. I've been hearing this at length for everybody. Oh, because I'm like, well, what happened to the offense, right? Am I supposed to bank on Roma Dunze and Luther Burden? Everybody's saying yes. Yes, Gabe, you are. I'm supposed to believe in Sam Roush? Yes. Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I expect Caleb Williams to throw 30 touchdowns, and that is a bet that I'm willing to go ahead and follow on that one. And it'll just make my fandom that much better. I get an opportunity to watch a 30 touchdown season from Caleb Williams. All right, let's go to Omarion Hampton. We talked about this team a lot, obviously, over the course of the show and obviously what kind of offense their team can put together. But can he get 1,000 yards rushing? Are we going to fade or follow that one, Brad?
Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. Gabe, you're about to get introduced to my little friend. Daddy want, Daddy need, Daddy gotta have it. Come on, brother.
I love this show.
Bringing out the sledgehammer, Peter Gabriel style, one of my all-time favorite jams. He is going to run easily for 1,000 yards this year. Again, provided he plays at least 14, 15 games. With Mike McDaniel coming in and orchestrating this offense, he is going to maximize the efficiency, the opportunities, the touches that Omarion Hampton is going to have. Omarion Hampton was awesome when he was on the field last season. In 9 games, ran for 545 yards, saw nearly 70% of the opportunity share. I think it's going to be around that this year, 75% of the opportunity share. He was number 11 in yards created per touch. He was number 12 in yards after contact per attempt. He was still top 25 in only 9 games in total missed tackles force. He's got a middle of the pack overall strength of schedule for a running back. Mike Clay's got a projected for 1,153. I'll take it a step further. I think Omarion Hampton is a dark horse to win the rush yards title this year. Easily gets to 1,000 yards. That's why we're breaking out the sledgehammer, Gabe.
Wow. I mean, that's a bold statement right there when you're thinking about, guys that are in the NFL that get to 1,000 yards. Omarion Hampton, I mean, I know he had the injury plague season last year. He made a lot of fantasy owners extremely angry with his performance. But you're right. Mike McDaniel is a guy who, when all he has to do is focus on the offense, not whether or not Tyreek Hill is going to be playing today, or whether, having to deal with baby mamas, or, whatever it is, the drama that comes with being a head coach and also a therapist. Now he just has to worry about play action passes with Omarion Hampton and dump offs and passes to Quentin Johnston. I mean, it seems like an easier job, and we know Harbaugh wants to run the rock. That's ultimately what he wants to do. And so I think you're right. The clearest path to get there is health and availability. If he's going to be playing in these games, there is no scenario where Omarion Hampton, as the workhorse of the Chargers, isn't a guy that is going to end up at that point. Now, leading the league in rushing, talk to me more about that. Leading the league in rushing, that's a more bold statement than anything right there, Brad.
Well, like they had a projected top 10 offensive line. I think the defense is going to be damn good as well. So you're going to deal with a lot of positive game scripts. And again, on a per touch basis, he breaks tackles. He's got the shimmy and shake overall. And if he gets the opportunity share that I'm anticipating he will, that 70 to 75%, the volume is going to be there. It's an ideal setup for Amari Hampton to be a breakout sensation in his sophomore campaign. That's why I feel it's not mind blowing to think he could lead the league in rush yards. Just look at what Mike McDaniel did last season with Devon Achane in a more dire situation in Miami.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, looking at the NFL, 17 running backs had 1,000 yards. Hopefully, he can get to that point and sit at the top. You gotta find somebody's gonna do it, right? And you gotta think about who's gonna be the workhorse guys for teams. But that's what you were thinking a couple years ago with Derrick Henry. When you were thinking about Saquon Barkley, you think about guys on good teams that were gonna be the workhorse. And I think Omarion Hampton certainly fits that profile. All right, he's Brad Evans. I am Gabe Ramirez. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports, filling in for the guy Pat Boyle. He'll be back next week. But let's continue with our fade or follow with another running back, Kyren Williams. The number we're looking at, Brad, is 10 rushing touchdowns. You fading or following with our guy, Kyren Williams?
I'm going to follow. I think the Rams are going to win the Super Bowl eventually. I think they're going to have the best record in the NFL. I've even stated on this show, Gabe, that if the Aaron Donald does come out of retirement, they could go undefeated. They could run the table this season and threaten the 72 Dolphins and say, hey, you know what? Hey, leave that champagne on ice because you're not going to be popping a cork this year in celebration. That's how good, that's how special this Rams team is and how they're built. And Kyren Williams stands to benefit. Yes, Blake Corum is going to be a thorn in the side. It's going to be a full-blown RBBC at times. So Kyren Williams is going to be the primary red zone back. And you've seen what you've done the last 3 years. 10 touchdowns on the ground, 14 and 12. And can he, again, reach that feat? Absolutely can. I think he's getting around 60% of the opportunity share. He was upper 7 in red zone total touches last year. He could be top 5 in that category. Efficient on a per touch basis, top 25 yak per attempt, top 20 missed tackles force. He's got the easiest strength of schedule for a fantasy running back. Mike Clay's got a projected for 11 rushing touchdowns. It could be at least a dozen, to be honest. So people that are all freaking out, oh my God, Blake Corum, he's going to be stealing all the touches from Kyren Williams. He is going to be a money man near the goal line. He's an absolute bloodhound. He's going to be sniffing the chalk and crossing it early and often. He's easily going to score at least 10 on the ground this year.
There are guys in the NFL that are consistent year in and year out that get passed up on fantasy drafts because there just isn't that conviction and that level of believability for that individual. Kyren Williams has been that guy for the last couple of years where you might not have thought he was going to be consistently giving you 20 points a game or whatever that metric might have been, but he has been. And now when you're talking about a team that has improved their defense, right? And so you're assuming they're going to get more opportunities offensively, probably more favorable field position for their offense. And as you mentioned, he is the finisher on that team. And so when you're looking at the number 10, it's juicy. I told you I don't really like futures bets, but damn, we've pulled out a couple ones on this show that made me want to open up a savings account on BetMGM so that way I can go ahead and lay this down. But that one right there certainly is gonna live and stick in my mind because I think this is the strongest one out of any of the ones that we mentioned right here. Yeah. All right, on the other side, we're gonna mention some live bets that you might want to take advantage of. Of course, we'll take a look around Major League Baseball, maybe even take a look at soccer. Who knows? Your live bet laydowns coming up right after this. He's Brad Evans. I'm Gabe Ramirez, and this is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
It's indicative of a guy who is me first. And unless I had a stellar interview with him, which again, doesn't sound like he's going to grant teams the opportunity for, unless I had a stellar interview with him or a stellar background report on him that told me, no, this is up. Come on. It's just a guy looking out for himself. He's a good guy, team player. If he comes in, he makes everyone around him better, not just him stepping into the lineup. Unless I had that, I wouldn't be hyped to pick Darren Peterson. Based on talent alone, yes. Based on all the other intangibles swirling around, no. I'm not racing to the podium with that pick. It is prima donna behavior. Once again, we need an adult in the room to tell Darren Peterson, hey, there's a chance, pretty good chance you don't go first overall. And I get it. You don't want to go to Utah. But this is not the way to force yourself into a different situation, because you're now clouding the judgment of your character even more so than you did with the way you played this past season.
And my eyes keep going towards Matt Fitzpatrick, who actually opened to start the week at 25-1. Granted, the odds have been out for the whole year for the U.S. Open, but he was 25-1 just 24 hours ago, 48 hours ago, and it's already dropped to 20-1. I spoke with Fitzpatrick after his press conference yesterday, and look, everything's kind of firing on all cylinders. He's a guy that's won 3 times on the PGA Tour this year, the only 3-time winner. He was runner-up last week in Canada. He's won a U.S. Open in the past, just 4 years ago at Brookline. And he played well here in 2018. The last time the U.S. Open was contested at Shinnecock, he finished in the tie for 12th place. That's sort of it. Does it guarantee that Matt Fitzpatrick is going to win or even contend for this title? Of course not. That said, he kind of ticks all the boxes that we're looking for. And so I can't really find any faults with Fitzpatrick whatsoever. Most players, I can point to something a little off. Okay, maybe the ball striking's not there. Maybe the short game isn't quite where this player needs to be. Maybe his form hasn't been great over his last few starts. Fitzpatrick has everything that I'm looking for. So I think that 20-1 range makes a lot of sense.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Si estás buscando la gasolina, si lo tenemos aquí in BetMGM Tonight. I mean, if we're going to play the reggaeton, guys, we might as well talk a little Spanish. Can't just be you, Brad, that gets to speak Spanish on the show. Yeah. I said, if you're looking for the gasoline, we got it. Because that's Daddy Yankee gasolina right there. It is Brad Evans. It is Gabe Ramirez hanging out with you here on BetMGM Tonight. And we get an opportunity now to take a stroll through the scoreboards and let you guys know what's happening across baseball. And maybe a bet or two you might want to jump in on. Phillies up on the Marlins 8-2 in the 8th there. The Blue Jays up 4-0 on the Red Sox, and my White Sox, on the road, getting doused 11-1 against the Yankees. But there is a game out there that I want you to talk to me about, Brad, and that's the Royals and Nationals. They're tied at 3, bottom of the 7th right here. I'm a sucker for games that are tied late because I always feel like I feel like you have a better opportunity to get an advantage if you're familiar with what happens in late situations. What are your thoughts on these kinds of live bets, and do you like somebody right here?
Yeah, they're always interesting to me. You got to look at the juice on a lot of these lines. The Nationals do have a runner on second right now, and it looks like there's a pitching change that actually just occurred. So there is one out, runner on second base, and the heart of the order is up. So we're going to see if the Nationals can score a run. Now, truth be told, I took the Nationals straight up on the money line before the game went off, and I had that parlay with a couple things. The Nationals very much in the NL wild card hunt. We were talking about that earlier in the show. They have greatly impressed me. James Wood has had an incredible season. Batting leadoff, a guy has got 30, 35, 40 home run power. He's raking at the dish. He's batting 282. He's got a couple RBIs in this game. Washa was in control. They were up comfortably at one point, but they've allowed Kansas City back in it. You look at the live line presently there at BetMGM. The Nats laying 1.5 on the run line is better than 2-1 odds. They're minus 190 right now, the live money line. There's no value there. You almost have to parlay if you're wanting to side Washington with something else, whether currently live or going elsewhere. I like the Nats to win this game. Kansas City's been rubbish for the most part this season, especially that pitching staff. They should find a way to squander it, but it's baseball. 162 games. You never know where the scales are going to tip any given night, but I do like the Nats to seal the deal on a victory in the 7th inning of this game, all not up at 3.
You mentioned the juice on that one for them to actually just win. How much juice is too much juice in your mind?
I don't bet anything above minus 150 individually. I just don't like, to surrender the juice. I like to reduce the juice and get seduced by the juice game.
I love it.
That's how I like to roll. I only usually play plus money, everything in baseball. And typically I try to stick with that strategy, whether it's in the NFL, whether it's even in college basketball as well. A lot of people say parlays are for suckers. They're only for suckers if you're building 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 legs. They're like, oh, look at me. I got one of a million right. I'm the smartest guy on the planet at 25-1 and 30-1. I build more reasonable odds and parlays, a lot of action between plus 100 and plus 200, and I let it ride. That's generally speaking what I do, but individual bets, nothing above minus 150 for me. Unless I feel extremely confident on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being highest confidence, I got to be 25.
Okay, fair enough. I always think there's a threshold for everybody, right? And so I was curious what yours
and Gabe,
were.
just like that, the Nats up 6-3.
Look at that. And good thing you laid it beforehand. Or but this goes back to the theory thing. If I truly believe in this, then what's juice if I think they're going to win and I think it's going to happen anyway, right? If I lay the 190, now this is my naive brain. I'm being very clear. This is not my stance on it. This is the naive brain, the devil's advocate, other side of it. It's if I think it's going to happen and a man on first and third, at the moment it was man on second, but man on second, no out or one out. Yeah, I think they're going to be able to come through in this situation. Let me lay the 190 to get this free money. I don't know. It's tempting. It's tempting, Brad. That's why I say it. It's tempting and I love it, but Probably doesn't happen as often as I would like. And like you said, I might just be thinking I'm a genius in those moments. Other games going on right now. Reds up on the Mets 5-1. That one in the fifth. Giants Braves delayed in the second. That one sitting at 3-2 Giants with the advantage there. And then a matchup of two teams in the Central, just opposite sides of this one. You got the Brewers and the Guardians. Brewers up 1-0 in the bottom of the fifth. They got a man on second with 2 outs. What do you like in that one right there? Still out of time, still close enough where you can lay some money. Brad, when you're looking at that one, what you like?
Well, obviously, the Brew Crew have been incredible this season. They've been so consistent, strong pitching. Robert Gasser on the bump tonight. And Cleveland, we talked about Jose Ramirez. By the way, we got an update on the hamate fracture. He's going to be out 5 to 7 weeks. So we were waiting on the timetable for that. So not as terrible of news that, a lot of people were expecting. It sounds like he's going to be back at some point, maybe late July. At this juncture, if he heals up, everything goes, correctly for him. But without the big bopper there in that lineup, that's a glaring omission that they're missing. So, I think Milwaukee's got a great chance to pile up some runs late in this game. I'd probably lay them on the live run line at -1.5. I mean, Gasser's only given up a hit so far through 5 innings in this game. So somebody has pitched really well for the Cleveland Guardians, but Gasser specifically, again, 5 innings pitched, 1 hit, 2 walks, 4 Ks. He's up to 77 total pitches. He's been really solid in this contest. The bat's been relatively quiet, but Milwaukee's got more thump overall in the lineup. I think they end up winning this game like 4-1 in the end.
It's a game you want to look at for tonight and also for tomorrow as well. As the series continues, maybe the life just got sucked out of the Cleveland Guardians and you could take advantage of it by laying some bets down. All right, Brad, dude, another day, another couple of dollars as you skid up out of here, dude. I always feel like the time goes by fast as you're like Batman. You just kind of like do a little sideways dance move and then, backpedal out of here. But another great day working with you, brother.
Likewise, dude, and I'm glad to be sticking around for the next couple hours and really educating the masses on your expertise in regards to the great game, and that being soccer or the World Cup. I mean, it is the event in the world going down right here on American soil, really throughout North American soil. Some games being played in Canada and Mexico, and we've already had some shocker specials, to say the least. I still can't believe Spain drew a 0-0 tie with Cape Verde. A country with 500,000 people, and Spain is a heavy favorite to win the World Cup. Mind-blowing.
Unbelievable 4 draws yesterday. If you would have laid $100 on all the draws and parlayed them, you would have won $64,000. Just a little tidbit there that you could have picked up. But the good news is this: there are far more matches to place some dollars on, and I gotcha because, of course, Lionel Messi in Argentina hit the pitch tonight in just a few minutes. Where should you be putting your money, and where is the advantage at? I'll let you know on the other side. For Brad Evans, who will be saying hasta luego, I am Gabe Ramirez, back for another 2 hours, so make sure you hang out with me. It is BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
I don't know if I'd give up more than a 3rd round pick for that, because when I go back and look at Sorsby, there were a couple weeks last year where he was not good. He knows how talented he is. He knows his arm strength. He knows his athletic abilities, and hasn't yet caught up in judgment speed to physical athletic ability speed. Questionable judgment. Imagine that coming from Sorsby. And I think that's what will keep Brendan Sorsby from someone spending more than, say, a 3rd round pick on him in this supplemental draft. But the mechanics of it and how it all works, For the first time in 5 years, I think we'll have a supplemental draft. For the first time in 7 years, I imagine someone will actually take the player available in this supplemental draft. It's going to be fascinating to watch.
The Celtics are much more viable in this than I think anyone wants to let on. Just because here's the thing for Milwaukee, they'll get some Celtics picks, but they know that they can flip Jaylen Brown in a Giannis deal and get a whole lot of what they want out on the open market. And it may be a situation like what Portland did with Lillard, where they were able to get third teams involved and collect assets from two sides. You may see a situation that happens that way, and I think that would be very interesting. Like, listen, they had Phoenix involved in that deal. They were able to bring in Ayton. So, they couldn't get exactly what they wanted from one team in a deal.
Well, there's clearly one GM that has the most pressure on him with anybody. His name is Stan Bowman. He works at Edmonton. He's hiring a coach that the first move you have to make to hire the coach is put him under investigation. You hear that clock? You hear that ticking, Chris? Yeah. That's Connor McDavid's contract. He's up in 2 years.
Light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
That's right. And I am Gabe Ramirez, filling in for the dynamic duo that is Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. El señor que se llama Noisy Huevos. Now, that, to me, like as a Puerto Rican kid, like huevos being in your name is wild, but I love it. He lives up to the moniker. My first time doing a couple shows with Brad, and he is pure entertainment, but super locked in. I love his take. So make sure you're here for it tomorrow as we get an opportunity to do it all over again right here on BetMGM Tonight. All right. So, of course, now we get a chance to talk about some World Cup. We've waited to this very moment. Argentina and Algeria are about to kick off in just a second. But I got to remind you, when the U.S. scores, you score two. You can win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every U.S. goal. All you got to do is place a $5 or more pre-match bet on any World's Game match in which the U.S. is playing. You see what we got to do? We got to call it the World's Game. And apply your gold rush token. You're going to win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every goal scored by the U.S. in the match. The bonus bets are going to be split amongst all eligible winners after the match. So make sure you get on that right now at BetMGM. So, I mean, what a day. What a day it's been so far. What a great day it was yesterday. New Zealand, Iran put on a show. I thought it was, that's the beauty of the World Cup. You get 4 goals, 2 countries that, really want to pick up a point, but ultimately ended up just, dueling it out. Didn't think New Zealand was going to be able to get to that point. But yesterday I felt like the World Cup was just, one of those days that reminded you that, the tournament itself, and that's the beauty of the World Cup, right? It does not care about your reputation. Germany can come out and win 7-1 against Curaçao, and even in the loss, Curaçao could take their lap, right? Because there is this, for those that are not as familiar with, soccer culture, there is this romantic relationship between the fans and the players in a way that doesn't exist in any other sport. Now, don't get me wrong. In American sports, fans will stay after and cheer their team, but they don't ask to speak to the head coach or demand to speak to the head coach to try to say what's wrong with the squad. Yeah, that's what fans of soccer teams get to do. I know that because I work for the Chicago Fire here, and I see the barn burners, the 1871ers. These groups get one-on-one conversations, with top-tier executives because, again, the romantic relationship that exists in soccer is just a little different. So Curaçao gets the opportunity to do it. You see so many other teams yesterday. Sweden beating Tunisia 5-1. And then, of course, as we mentioned, so much other stuff. So today, of course, you got an opportunity to see one of the best players in soccer. Of course, I'm talking about Holland and Norway taking on Iraq. We were talking about it earlier. I know that Brad said that 150 is his limit when it comes to the juice. But in soccer, remember, they have to account for the draw. So, again, if you have conviction in your heart that a team is going to win, and win handedly for that matter, right? That's where you really can make some money in soccer when it comes to these bets. So for me, I'm looking in the psyche of Erling Haaland and saying he wants to prove that he's the best player in this tournament, right? He wants to win the golden boot for the tournament, guy who scores the most goals. So my assumption in that moment was like, okay, I do feel like Iraq is going to score. So let me just go ahead and bet the over. Now over 2.5 goals was sitting right around 160 pre-match. Right before kickoff, it got down to 120, and then right when the game started, it got to plus 135. And sure enough, within the first half of the game, then all of a sudden, they found themselves up 2-1 and ultimately end up beating them 4-1. So the goals were just pouring on. And so now you get Argentina versus Algeria, which is about to start. Actually, it just started 2 minutes in. See the lines move. Argentina was minus 185 to win outright. They're already down to minus 175 in this one. But again, when you're talking about the juice that's there, if you believe in Lionel Messi, if you believe in Team Argentina, a squad that has won the World Cup already, why not lay the juice? And you're getting 175 simply because of the draw. But if you believe wholeheartedly in it, now Algeria, can they score and be a thorn in the side of Argentina? Absolutely. But as I mentioned, this is their opening of their title defense. There are high expectations on a squad like Argentina and Lionel Messi. Now, if you're going to toss it on right now, and maybe you're pulling up to your house in your driveway and you're like, and you want to lay some money on an anytime goal scorer, Lautaro Martinez this guy right here is, because all the it's like in football, right? If you got a wide receiver one, he's going to get double teamed. So other guys are going to have more space and the ability to be creative to put the ball in the back of the net. And he is a guy that's going to be able to do that for Argentina. He's only at plus 185 right now. And we were talking a little bit earlier in the show about how, if you're calling a home run and you're getting 2-1, I mean, that's a bold prediction for something that doesn't happen that often. And so I think goals is kind of the same thing, where like you want to do it, but I'll tell you a little something that happened earlier today. It's Gabe Ramirez here on BetMGM tonight, filling in for Pat Boyle and, of course, Brad Evans. But earlier today, I wanted to lay a bet on France and Senegal, right? And I was thinking to myself, okay, France has the better team by far, and they were like minus 200 at the time. And I was like, man, Kylian Mbappe is going to score a goal. But it's just too obvious, right? It's like too obvious. You're like, oh, the best, one of the better players, top 5 player in the world, all of a sudden is going to be someone that ends up scoring a goal, and you don't bet it. And then what happens? Mbappe ends up scoring a goal. Because for me, I just think the money's not there. But then again, it's like, again, if you could do it with some conviction, then you get an opportunity to do just that. So I think when you're looking at this game, you can look at possession. There's things that you can look at. But my problem with the match is that, everybody's talking about Argentina like the game is already over. And we've seen how that can bite you in the butt a couple times so far in the World Cup. You cannot minimize passion. You cannot minimize effort. I think to imagine a tournament where the best players of that respective sport are not only playing, this is not like an all-star game where they're just lollygagging in certain moments. They're representing for their country. So think about how hard they are playing. This is not a club match. This isn't a Champions League game. This is something that you get an opportunity to represent for the flag that you grew up representing. If you look at even Team Morocco, it's a great story coming out of Morocco, where it's the first time ever that a country fielded 11 foreign-born players. Think about that. These are guys that are so drawn to their motherland that despite having to leave it for various reasons, they've all come back to play with Mo Salah, Liverpool legend, to try to bring some glory to their respective country. You don't think Mo Salah is out here playing his heart out in what could be potentially his last World Cup? So again, you can't factor that in. And so Messi's going to show up. The cameras are going to zoom in on him. Crowd's going to scream. And the assumption is that Algeria is just supposed to bow out for the documentary that they're filming. But that's not the case. Favorites get punched in the mouth in the World Cup, and we've seen it. Spain going 0-0 against Cape Verde is just an unbelievable score that no one could have predicted. And so when you're thinking about this World Cup, you don't just win the games because of the clubs you play for and the country that's on the crest that's on your chest. You win these games because you're tactically sound, because you've played with these individuals and your country has a defined style of play. If you're, wherever you're coming from, and you get to see it on display right now in this beautiful tournament, and you get to lay somebody down. And again, as I mentioned, the odds moving with possession. To think that Lionel Messi is just plus 115 to score a goal. Think about that. Even money to do what some might consider is the hardest thing in sports. I know all my golfers that are out there. I understand. I understand the frustration that's there. But you're looking at plus 115. I can't see myself laying some money. Brandon, jump on the mic for me real quick, because as a guy who's casually watching the World Cup, a recognizable name like Lionel Messi, Brandon. And
yeah.
When you see plus 115 to score a goal, is that something that you say, oh, it's Messi? Yeah, I'd lay that down, plus money on a legend. Or do you still factor in the odds yourself before you were to touch that?
Before I touch any soccer bet, I call up Gabe Ramirez and I
Of
say,
course,
Gabe,
that's
is this a good play? You know what I mean?
smart thing. That's the smart thing that you should do in that situation. Is definitely hit me up first. I'll let you know if I laid any money on it at all. But Algeria scores. As I just mentioned this, I just said this, Brandon. I said nobody cares that you just won the World Cup. Nobody cares at all. Algeria getting on the board in the first 8 minutes of the match. Unbelievable. It's exactly what I'm talking about. That's why the World Cup is great. Oh man, I love it.
It's uncanny. Uncanny. See, that's what I'm telling you. If I ever need to lay a soccer bet, I'm calling you first. Like, hey, is this a good play? Because I try to not bet sports that I don't know much about. Like, COVID was the only time I ever like bet stuff I didn't know it. Like, I was betting KBO every day.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, it's the only thing that was active. Well, listen, that's why I got into soccer. I'll be honest. That's how the whole thing started. It was a club called Bayern Munich out of Germany. They were like on TV on Fox Sports or whatever it was that was going on. And, I always enjoyed the World Cup because, again, I mentioned I enjoy countries playing for themselves and showing that passion and energy. But I never knew who the players were. I never understood, the different leagues that existed and Champions League. And I just never understood it. And so, but once COVID hit, soccer was the only sport that was actually out there. And, I've told this story before, but there's, in the German league, right? I told this before, but this is why I love it so much. In the German league, the bottom two teams, we've all heard of relegation in soccer, but in the German league, the Bundesliga, the bottom two teams go down to the bottom. They get relegated. The top two teams in the minor leagues, they go up. And then the third to last team plays the third place team of the minor leagues, and they play one match to make sure you can get and stay into the Premier League of what that would be called. But it's an unbelievable. So to me, I fell in love with it in that moment, started following the Bayern Munich. But then I heard when I started talking to real soccer fans, they're like, you can't be a fan of Bayern Munich because that's like liking baseball and saying you like the Yankees. Like you're just automatically coming into a powerhouse juggernaut. And they're like, you can't do that. So then I learned about the Premier League, and that's the one that's in England. And so in the Premier League, I was like, okay, well, now that I'm privy to, kind of what squads are and who the juggernauts are, I'm going to try to find like the lovable losers, kind of like the Chicago Bears. So the Chicago Bears of the Premier League at the time was a club called Newcastle. And Newcastle United, like, it was like their fan base was tortured. They loved the squad, but they hadn't won in years. And nobody else cared about them except the city itself. It was like one of those clubs. So I was all in. And then the club got bought out by Saudi billionaires. And then they like started adding all this talent to the team. And the squad ended up like going to the Champions League. And it was just like a weird run. And then I fell out of love with them because I was like, this feels dirty. I ended up liking a team that had a good story. And then the rich billionaires came in and threw money at it. And I felt like the Dodgers, and it felt icky. It wasn't something that I wanted. But that's how I got into soccer, was during COVID. And then a couple years after that, Brandon, I ended up, working for the Chicago Fire. And, initially, I'll be open. When I started working for the Chicago Fire, I just did it for the check. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to pay me some money to go host and do your TV show and all that stuff? Absolutely. I'm in, coach. Put me in. But then, once I got there, I realized that it filled up my cup a little bit more than I anticipated. Not just from the fans that were in the stands that knew me from different walks of life and different, jobs that I have across the city, but because the sport itself, the team was getting better, and I saw it in real time. So I started paying attention to the players, and as I interviewed them, and I started paying attention to the matches more. And so now I know that team more intimately than, I know any team. You see the jersey I'm wearing right now, if you're watching us on the stream, so I have a true passion and love for this squad. And actually, if you're watching Team USA, the goalie for the Chicago Fire, Chris Brady, is on the U.S. men's national team. And, his story is so amazing, right? He's a homegrown talent from Naperville, Illinois, right outside of Chicago. He was in the Chicago Fire Academy, right? So you're thinking about, this is like the dream of any soccer player that lives in the Chicagoland area or any small town USA, right? You play soccer, you jump on your local club's academy. You rise through the ranks. You get on the club, right? Where you're playing professional football in MLS. And then you perform well enough to catch the eye of the U.S. men's national team, and you make it there as well. I mean, it's just a great story. And again, if you're looking for storylines to follow when you're looking at the men's national team, Chris Brady from the Chicago Fire, definitely one of those.
Yeah. So I've got a soccer story for you. My only soccer story ever. So I do play-by-play for, University of Chicago and Chicago State University and a couple other places. I do Chicago State basketball and volleyball and hopefully football once their program starts here. But the production company that does these calls me up and they're like, hey, we just had something happen. Can you do play-by-play for us at a game? And I said, sure. And they're like, it's soccer. And I was like, ooh. I said, yeah, you know what? I'll do it. Just like you, right? Like, you're going to pay me to do it? Yeah, I'll do it.
I'll be there.
As I'm driving in my car, hey, Siri, give me soccer positions. Tell me, give me soccer language. What am I doing? What am I saying? And I get to the game, and I'm there about 2 hours early. Okay. I mean, because you're always getting ready. As Siri is now answering me on my phone
so
here.
Funny. That is great. Stop saying her name.
So I get to the game. We're there about 2.5 hours early, and I'm watching them practice and doing all this stuff, and just on my computer screen and everything, man. I'm rifling through different names of stuff. I'm listening in my ear to a soccer match being called, like just trying to get everything going. And I mean I ended up doing it. And I mean it probably wasn't for anybody who knows the game of soccer. They could probably tell that I didn't know soccer while I was doing the call. But I think for most people, like even the guys in the booth that were there, they're like, hey man, for you just filling in, it actually wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
So, I appreciate them for saying that because it was probably terrible.
It's not an easy sport to call, and I'm sure when you said backcourt violation, that is when they probably knew at that point that it was not good. Yeah. And then when they scored, you called it a field goal instead of a goal, and it just threw everybody off. At that
it might have been the one where I said when they scored a goal, I was like, oh, I kicked that one really well.
Yeah, I bet he did. I bet he did. There's a pass back, and now forward, and now back, and now forward. I'm sure it kind of went something like that.
Yeah.
Well, look, just to keep you informed on what's going on, Argentina, Algeria, they ended up removing the goals. Shout out to VAR in that one. But again, it just shows you, though, that they are capable of doing that. And then when it comes to a soccer match, listen, it is difficult to score. So if you can get a goal early and then fall back and just defend for the rest of the game or try your best to do so, you can find yourself in a very positive position. And that's what Algeria is doing right now. We'll keep an eye on Algeria versus Argentina, let you know if any goals are scored or maybe what bets you should be laying down. But on the other side, Brand, I think we can go a little early with the hot or cold. Throw it right up here next, get some takes, see what's going on here in the world of sports. And then again, at the tail end, we'll update you on some live bets maybe you should potentially making. So don't go anywhere. I am Gabe Ramirez filling in for the duo Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. And we got more BetMGM tonight on the other side, brought to you by Westwood One Sports.
What do the Knicks have to do to try and keep this core together? How much turmoil or movement might they face this offseason?
Well, listen, first of all, they did this this year up against the second apron. And Mitchell Robinson's going to be a free agent, and the Knicks really are determined to keep him. They're going to have to go well into the second apron to keep him, and I think they're prepared to do that. I don't think this is going to be a situation like 2011 where the Dallas Mavericks won the NBA championship and Mark Cuban decided that we need to be nimble financially and kind of broke up some of the core of the team. The Knicks are not going to worry about being nimble financially. The Knicks will essentially do what we saw the Celtics do after winning in 2024, which was the fact that they kept that Porzingis Horford Holiday core together and paid a big luxury tax bill with the thought of let's try to see if we can have a 2 to 3 year window. The Knicks will attempt to do that. If it starts to crumble and comes apart a little bit, they'll get themselves out of the second apron because we've seen that they have very, very shrewd management that can manage things financially very well, which they've done in the past. But now is a time where the Knicks are going to take advantage of the fact that Jim Dolan has always been willing to spend more than the next guy, and now this is what it's going to be. But I will say this about the Knicks: they're not going to be able to retain Landry Shamet, and they're going to need to replace him. I know Knicks fans love Mohamed Diawara. Maybe he's a guy they can keep, and he plays for them. Maybe he doesn't. Who knows? Their first-round draft pick is going to be really important this year. They have to be careful not to take a developmental project, but to take an older player who can come in and be a rotation guy immediately because they're going to have to pay him a rookie scale deal, and it's going to cost them a lot of money when they're in the second apron and have to pay luxury tax on top of it. So the draft pick here for the Knicks and a team that just won an NBA championship actually looms pretty important in terms of what their chances are to repeat. We just saw a San Antonio team make an NBA final with some young guys. There's young guys that can help you on this level, and that cost-controlled talent when you're building trying to build some kind of dynasty can be really, really vital. And I think it's something to keep an eye on what the Knicks do in next Tuesday's draft.
Before I get to the rest of the league, and in particular the Antetokounmpo sweepstakes that we might see over the next week or so, let me pivot back to the team that just lost. You mentioned the Spurs. Good young team, solid core. Wemby's not going anywhere, and I think we'll grow up a lot both physically and mentally and emotionally this summer. What do they need to do, in your opinion, other than just go through this experience? I mean, what do they need to do to their roster to reconfigure, if anything, going into next year as the favorites?
They need a big athlete that they can play both next to Wemby and for Wemby. When you look at what happened to the Spurs, part of what beat them against the Knicks was the lack of versatility in their rotation. It was Victor Wembanyama and a group of perimeter players. And you saw how devastating in the last two series the Luke Cornett minutes were. They were bad. And although they're paying Cornett, they have him under contract for 3 more years at $30 million. The reality is for them, as a backup center in the regular season, he's fine. You get in the playoffs, you want to be able to match up small with somebody and have a small ball type of 5. The closest guy they have to that's Carter Bryant, and that ain't him. And so that, to me, is the one spot they're going to have to go do something. I know there's a lot of talk about moving De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox had a poor final. He did not have a wonderful playoff, and I do have my concerns about Fox and him not doing what he was brought there to do, which is essentially be a guy that enhances Victor Wembanyama and gets him the ball more. Fox did not do that enough, and that's definitely going to have to change. With that said, he did play the last 2 series with a bad ankle. That in the regular season, he would not have been playing. So I think for the Spurs, right now, Fox's value is not at a high with a 4-year, $240 million extension kick in. I would not think they're going to do anything to move him, but I do think you see something from them where they find somebody at a reasonable price that can come in, play small ball 5, and be more of a traditional 4 next to Victor Wembanyama, because I think that was something that was uncovered that they desperately needed.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
With your boy Gabe Ramirez. You can follow me on X at Gabe Ramirez. You follow me, I'll follow you right back during the commercial breaks. That's where you can get all of my freezing cold takes. No. I'll save that for this segment right here. It is hot or cold. This is our opportunity to give some takes on some of the happenings around sports. But I do want to tell you, during the commercial break, damn, I felt like too much happened in this match. Algeria was up 1-0. Then they took the goal off the board with VAR. And what happens 2 seconds later? Our plus 115. The one I asked Brandon about, I said, Brandon, as a casual fan, you see Lionel Messi, you see plus money. Does it make sense to bet it? I can't imagine it from that side. Before he can answer, Lionel Messi back of the net, giving Argentina the 1-0 lead over Algeria. But again, we were talking about the juice earlier too. This is why I like theory so much, guys. Like, it's one thing to throw out to like listen to a sports show, sports gambling show, wagertainment show that's, you know, throwing out bets and throwing out lines. But why? Like, I'm very interested in the why. And again, when I think about Argentina at minus 185, and I'm thinking about Lionel Messi, and I'm thinking as a soccer fan, and I'm like, these teams just won the World Cup. It's like betting against OKC in the first round of a playoffs. Like, you just wouldn't do it. And so here we are, and I feel like a fool because I didn't bet the minus 185 because Brad Evans talked me off the ledge with his max juice minus 150. I didn't bet Lionel Messi because I talked myself off the ledge, that it's not long enough odds that one of the top two greatest soccer players ever would score a goal. And what does he do? Outside the box. It wasn't even like some header in the middle, a sliding score to just hit. No, outside of the box on a free run, bends the ball to the right side. It was absolutely beautiful. And again, it's like betting against Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. It's just foolish. You know what your brain is telling you to do. Just go ahead and make the right bet. All right, Brandon, since I had a freezing cold take on whether or not I should be gambling on Argentina and Lionel Messi, how about you give me some takes and I'll let you know whether I think those are hot or cold.
I will say this. I've always said that if a bet makes so much sense and it's plus money, there's never just not enough juice to make it, right? Because especially if it's plus money, you're making a profit, you're turning a profit. Make the damn bet. You know, plus 115, plus 110. If it's a given, I mean, that was like today with the wind blown out. I mean, that's what we talked about with PCA, right? Wind's blown out, gusts up to 30 miles an hour to right field. He's a left-handed hitter. I mean, and as hot as he's been, you go and do it. And what does he do in his first at bat? Goes yard, you know? Sometimes when something makes too much sense, it makes exactly the right amount of sense. You know what I mean?
Literally, it's so funny. I say it all the time. Like, Vegas will tell you the story, right? Like, it'll give you the script right there. You're like, I don't know why this team is only ... fill in the blank. Well, no, that's it. You don't know. It's wrong. That's why it's there. It's because you figured it out and you can't pull the trigger on. You're Sherlock. You did it. The clues were there. You solved the puzzle. And look, you can't even pull the trigger on something to do yourself. It happens far too often, and it happened to me today.
Yeah, it's one of those things. But hey, you know, it's part of the reason also why we love sports betting and hate it at the same time, right? Because we're just like, you're like, man, it's so much fun. But then there's just times where you're just like, God, I'm so stupid.
Well, I mean, it goes back to the percentages that it's supposed to be, right? They say what? If you can hit 60% of your bets, then you can be a professional gambler, right? In terms of your units that's out there. But just think about that logically. 4 times your heart is going to be broken out of 10. That's a lot, right? If you were batting that, and if Pete Armstrong was batting that, he'd be first in All-Star ballots instead of 14th, right? So 4 out of 10 times you're going to experience heartbreak, and 6 times you're going to experience that joy. That seems like a good enough ratio right there for me. But again, you got to be able to withstand that in order to get the money. And I don't know. I don't know. I have no problem with it. All right, let's get to the takes. Give me some takes. I'm gonna let you know if they're hot or cold. I'm feeling antsy now that I lost out on money.
Let's start right here with our beloved. The Chicago Bears are going to be a favorite to win the NFC Championship by December.
Favorite to win the NFC Championship by December. So December, we're in like week 14, right? 14, 15 in there. All right. I'm going to say that's a cold take. That's a cold take. I don't think there'll be enough. I don't think the Bears will win enough games convincingly to be the favorite. I think they'll win their fair share of games. I think they'll have good resume games, but it's still going to be ugly, right? This is a team that the defense is still not where you want it to be. And shout out to Monty for letting us know week 13 will be December. But, your defense is not going to be a top 5 defense in the league. Your offense is not going to be, top 3. And you're going to have the Rams sitting on the other side with Garrett and Matthew Stafford, Kyron Williams, and his over 10 touchdowns that we talked about before that. So I think that's a freezing cold take. Now, if it happens, if the Bears find themselves just mulling through whatever opponent makes their way to Soldier Field and the same on the road, I mean, I might not be able to handle it, guys. I got to be honest. I don't know if I can handle a situation where the Bears are sitting there as a favorite to win the NFC Championship, because then that means that the likelihood of them going to the Super Bowl is there. And so that means we're witnessing a historic season. So that would be crazy. But I'm going to say, Cole, what you got, Brandon?
So Gabe, look, I've if you've ever listened to my podcast, you catch it on Sunday mornings,
all the
11
time.
a.m. Combs and Fitz, Windy City Sports Talk. That's where it's at. Catch us on all your shameless plugs. It's catch us on all your podcast forms. I said this about 4 years ago on said podcast. The Bears fans, and it seems like you have this, have what is called BTSD. Bears traumatic stress disorder. And what Bears traumatic stress disorder does, it does not allow you the belief that the Bears can ever be good offensively enough to be great. And I'm here to tell you, Gabe, as a Bears fan, this offense is going to be good enough to be great. This offense is going to be good enough to overcome the some of the deficiencies they're going to have on defense, which right now the biggest deficiency is going to be rushing the passer. But this offense is going to be that damn good. Year 2 under Ben Johnson is going to be that damn good. What you saw last year from Caleb Williams, and yes, I understand the obviously the passing, the accuracy was not there. It's not exactly what you wanted at 57, 58%, whatever it was. But Caleb was learning a whole new system. And Caleb was not doing things that he was accustomed to doing, and he was learning. And he was that damn good while he was learning. Now, when you're watching training camp and you see all the stuff coming out of training camp, and you're watching him go to the line with 2 or 3 sets, and he's checking down, and he's doing all these things, and he's starting to comprehend and understand exactly what he's supposed to be doing with options, and able to read a defense, and doing the things that a superstar quarterback in this league needs to know how to do. It's really, really exciting as a Bears fan. And with Ben Johnson, the play caller, and now with obviously they've got 3 really big tight ends that can catch the ball, 3 really big tight ends that can get you really excited about 13 personnel. They've got an offensive line that is good enough to help the run game. They've got an offensive line that has learned how to block in front of Caleb. Caleb has learned how to, obviously he's always known how to run, but he's also learned how to read defenses, which is going to help him with his accuracy. I think you're going to see an ultra-confident Caleb Williams. I think you're going to see a Bears offense that is probably going to score somewhere in the ballpark of 25 to 30 points per game. I think you're going to look at this offense the same way you looked at the Kansas City Chiefs offense when Patrick Mahomes was winning all those Super Bowls. I think you're going to look at this offense the same way you looked at the Los Angeles Rams offense last year. I think this offense is going to be one of the top offenses in the NFL. And I think that by December, nationally, people are going to be talking about the Bears as a real threat to win the NFC. And I think that the Rams and Bears, to me, when you look at the NFC, are the 2 teams that are going to be vying for a Super Bowl out of the NFC.
That was Brandon Combs, ladies and gentlemen, giving his best possible take on the Chicago Bears, but he's doing it with a Bears hat on. So it's hard to take seriously, and if he's doing it from an unbiased perspective, as he's wearing his Bears cap, telling you about Caleb Williams. Listen, there are not a lot of people that love and appreciate Caleb Williams more than I do, but I think the narrative that he was great last year is wildly overstated because you have to go back and watch the first 3 quarters of almost every single game that the Bears played last year, right? Where he was atrocious in the first half of games, even late in the season. It's just something that he could not overcome. And I think when we're talking about the growth of Caleb Williams, we cannot simply point to Ben Johnson, right? The onus has to be on Caleb himself. And I do think he will be better, but the fact that the offense and its growth and its success is predicated on this fictitious number that exists in every Bears fan's minds. And so if Bears have, or I, or they have BTSD, Bears Traumatic Stress Disorder, then you, my friend, have BTOD, Bears Traumatic Optimism Disorder, optimistic disorder. That's what you have because you are way too optimistic in this scenario for the Chicago Bears. Listen, I think they're going to be a good team. There's no doubt about that. It's going to be hard pressed for them to duplicate the success of last year and get 11 victories. Not only do they have a much tougher schedule, but the amount of games that they won as they were trailing was absurd and unlike any other season we'd seen before. And again, you're doing it with a first place schedule, and you're going to have an X target on your back because every team is going to be coming to play you thinking like, okay, we need to handle business against Caleb Williams. Do I think they're going to make the playoffs? Do I think they're going to win the NFC North? Absolutely. No doubt. No doubt about that. I said Caleb Williams is going to throw 30 touchdowns. So I think he's going to be the man. But in terms of them being in a predicament where their team, the health of their squad that is dependent on the health of Jalen Johnson, when you're looking at the defensive line that is still missing a key component opposite of Montez Sweat, the questions, the variables that is the linebacker core. Is TJ Edwards going to come back strong from his fibula injury? Is Devin Bush going to be the guy opposite him with the departure of Tremaine Edmonds? Is Jalen Johnson going to be healthy? Is Nashawn Wright going to be your cornerback? Like, there's so many questions there that I think when you're talking about the team, I think it's going to be difficult for me and a lot of people to wrap their brain around the Bears being the favorite, right? Because that was the line, the favorite to win the NFC Championship. But get to the playoffs. Anything can happen in the playoffs. Caleb Williams in the playoffs, I'm here for it. I got no problem. I'm not scared of the Rams. You saw what the Bears did to them last year in the playoffs. Definitely, I feel like they were the Spurs of the NFL, where they made it deep, but they ran up against a team that had a little bit, too much sauce, and that was the Rams in that situation.
Well, look, saying this with the Bears hat on, I can tell you that one thing that you'll learn about me, Gabe, is that everything that I do, especially as a Chicago sports fan, is I'm very sincere and honest when it comes to my teams. If you want to talk honesty, I'll put on a Cubs hat and we could talk Cubs, and you're going to hear somebody with a Cubs hat be real honest about what this Cubs organization is. But the Bears, when you look at Caleb Williams last year, I mean, his fourth quarter numbers were insane. I mean, he's the second highest quarterback rating in the entire league last year. His completion percentage went up almost 10% in the fourth quarter. Like, he is a winner at quarterback, and that's exactly what the Bears have never had, right? I think the best winner that they've had at quarterback is probably Jay Cutler, and I mean, he was Jay Cutler, right? Like, I still blame him for riding a bike and for Aaron Rodgers getting his only Super Bowl. So I don't, like, we could talk all day about that. We have a winner at quarterback, and you're right. The onus is on him. The onus is on him to figure out his first half struggles. The onus is on him to be able to come out this season and put out complete games. I understand all of that, but that's what I'm telling you. Like, I think that he is there now. I'm watching him. I'm watching all of the tape. I'm watching all of the stuff that he's doing in OTAs and stuff like that. And watching him, like, again, checking down, coming in with 3 and 4 different play calls under center. Like, it's just something we hadn't seen from Caleb yet. And now it just seems like it's starting to get put together. It's starting to like he's starting to understand exactly what he's supposed to be doing. And that's fun, man. And Caleb Williams, as good as he was in the fourth quarter, now telling me that he understands what he's doing, I'm here for it. And I really think that I honestly think the Bears are going to have a top offense in the league this year, and they're going to be that damn good.
They get the opportunity to show it. I know we all cannot wait for the NFL season to kick off. Caleb Williams has been enjoying himself. If you saw him this weekend, he attended Summer Smash here in Chicago over at SeatGeek Stadium, singing loudly to Chief Keef, Lil Baby, and everybody else. So shout out to the whole Lyrical Lemonade squad. Just make sure Caleb Williams is all right. I saw Colston Loveland there too. Just take care of my guys, all right? On the other side, we will have a few more takes that I will get to decide whether or not they are hot or cold from our producer, Brandon Combs, as we continue with BetMGM tonight. I am Gabe Ramirez. Don't go anywhere. We got more for you on the other side right here on Westwood One Sports.
It's indicative of a guy who is me first. And unless I had a stellar interview with him, which again, doesn't sound like he's going to grant teams the opportunity for, unless I had a stellar interview with him or a stellar background report on him that told me, no, this is up. Come on. It's just a guy looking out for himself. He's a good guy, team player. If he comes in, he makes everyone around him better, not just him stepping into the lineup. Unless I had that, I wouldn't be hyped to pick Darren Peterson. Based on talent alone, yes. Based on all the other intangibles swirling around, no. I'm not racing to the podium with that pick. It is prima donna behavior. Once again, we need an adult in the room to tell Darren Peterson, hey, there's a chance, pretty good chance you don't go first overall. And I get it. You don't want to go to Utah. But this is not the way to force yourself into a different situation, because you're now clouding the judgment of your character even more so than you did with the way you played this past season.
And my eyes keep going towards Matt Fitzpatrick, who actually opened to start the week at 25-1. Granted, the odds have been out for the whole year for the U.S. Open, but he was 25-1 just 24 hours ago, 48 hours ago, and it's already dropped to 20-1. I spoke with Fitzpatrick after his press conference yesterday, and look, everything's kind of firing on all cylinders. He's a guy that's won 3 times on the PGA Tour this year, the only 3-time winner. He was runner-up last week in Canada. He's won a U.S. Open in the past, just 4 years ago at Brookline. And he played well here in 2018. The last time the U.S. Open was contested at Shinnecock, he finished in the tie for 12th place. that's sort of it. Does it guarantee that Matt Fitzpatrick is going to win or even contend for this title? Of course not. That said, he kind of ticks all the boxes that we're looking for. And so I can't really find any faults with Fitzpatrick whatsoever. Most players, I can point to something a little off. Okay, maybe the ball striking's not there. Maybe the short game isn't quite where this player needs to be. Maybe his form hasn't been great over his last few starts. Fitzpatrick has everything that I'm looking for. So I think that 20-1 range makes a lot of sense.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
From the city of Chicago, it does. I am Gabe Ramirez hanging out with you. Brad Evans, obviously gone as he normally is during this time. I'm filling in for Pat Boyle, but we still got the team. Frank Combs producing, Monty, our guy Mike in the studios handling business on the video side as well. And you trying to win some money, because that's what we're doing here on BetMGM tonight. And we continue our hot or cold. Brandon makes a bold statement, and I get the opportunity to push back on whether or not it's a hot or a cold take in this one. What you got for me, Brandon?
All right, let's go with this one. It would be a gross mistake for any team to take Brendan Sorsby in the supplemental draft.
Hot take. Hot take, and I'm standing on this one. I think, listen, Brendan Sorsby's talented. No doubt about that, right? When you have the skill set and the makeup to be considered in the top 3 rounds as a quarterback, it means then, you're certainly someone that people should be looking at. But in the supplemental draft, you're not just, it's like you're looking at it as taking a flyer, but you're also spending a future 2027 draft pick, and if you end up winning the bid. And I think you just don't take him because, listen, there has to be repercussions for what you do. And I think it's not just like Texas Tech is looking at it like it was just their issue, or it's just a Brendan Sorsby issue. But it's bigger than that. It is an issue where gambling is rampant amongst what is now, right, because they get paid, professional athletes. And if there is to be integrity in something that is making billions of dollars, then the athletes themselves, right, if they're going to make, like, if I got to watch LeBron do DraftKings or, commercials for other people, it's like, it's incessant, right, in that way. And so there has to be the level of integrity there. And so a guy like Brendan, it's not just Texas Tech, it's not just college football. It is setting an example for all of sports that this is going to be unacceptable moving forward. And there has to be consequences that that outweigh the crime in that moment. There has to be in that moment to set the example. We see it so often in regular life. And I think that in this moment, it's tempting to do it, but in the same way that the NFL is banded together to make statements about not wanting distractions in their locker rooms, I think this would be a perfect time to band together to lend to integrity in the world of gambling, how it reflects on your sport, but also to set an example to all athletes across all sports.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is an easy decision for me. You don't spend a draft pick on this kid. I mean, you're absolutely right. Your consequences, your actions have to have consequences. And what you do if you're spending a draft pick on this kid is you validate his coming into the NFL, as opposed to being like, look, if you want to play on a team, you're going to have to come in, you're going to have to work out, you're going to have to try out, and you're going to have to prove to us that you're no longer the kid that was at Texas Tech or at Cincinnati or at Indiana betting on games in which you played in. Like those are the things that I have to see from you in order for me to spend any amount of capital on you. And for any GM to go out there and be like, oh well, yeah, let's go ahead and spend some, like, me, if I'm an owner and my GM comes to me with that, you're fired on the spot. You're out of here. Because it's just a joke. Why would you even come to me with that? We looked at Brandon Sorsby. We listened to the Texas Tech stuff. We listened to all of them talk about, oh, you've got to give this kid a chance. This kid is 22 years old. Did he make a mistake? Yes. Does he have an addiction problem? Sure. If he's got an addiction problem, okay, that needs to be handled. But if you have an addiction problem and your addiction problem is betting on games in which you are playing in, if that's your addiction, then how do you go and play in games? I said this when all this Brendan Sorsby stuff came out and that they were going to let him play. If I'm running a wellness center and a person comes to me and they're an alcoholic and I help them get back on their feet and we get them off of, they're not drinking and they're sober now, and then I say, hey, let me help you get a job. Guess what I'm not doing? Applying at liquor stores. That's not what we're like. You don't send the person back into the spot in which they have the addiction problem. So I am all for making Brendan Sorsby pay for his actions. I'm all for showing Brendan Sorsby, like, hey, this is the way that the real world works, kid. You are 22 years old. People make mistakes all the time. But just because you make a mistake doesn't mean there's not consequences. If you told me right now, Gabe, I could go down to the Chase Bank that's across the street from the studio right now, and I could rob it, and there would be no consequences, Gabe, I'd be rich. But what keeps me out of that bank and taking all that money is a life in prison sentence, right? Because I know that there's consequences to my actions. So I don't do stuff like that. I don't do illegal things. And if you have an addiction problem, that's one thing. But just because you have an addiction problem on gambling, the biggest problem is that you bet on games in which you were involved in. And that is a choice. That's not part of the addiction. That's the choice that you made and we don't know whether or not you affected the outcome of those games. We don't know whether or not you played to the extent or whether or not you altered it. So I'm all for, if this kid wants to come and work his way back, I'm all for second chances, but I'm not spending a draft pick on it.
This is about as cold as a take can get, but I'm sure we'll be paying attention to where he ends up in the NFL. All right, on the other side, we're getting an opportunity to build an undefeated team. Yeah, through the eras, jump into our time machine as we tackle our 82-0. What's the squad that wins it all? Join us on the other side to find out. It's Gabe Ramirez right here on BetMGM tonight on the Westwood One Sports.
I don't know if I'd give up more than a third round pick for that. Because when I go back and look at Sorsby, there were a couple weeks last year where he was not good. He knows how talented he is. He knows his arm strength. He knows his athletic abilities and hasn't yet caught up in judgment speed to physical athletic ability speed. Questionable judgment. Imagine that coming from Sorsby. And I think that's what will keep Brendan Sorsby from someone spending more than, say, a third-round pick on him in this supplemental draft. But the mechanics of it and how it all works, for the first time in 5 years, I think, we'll have a supplemental draft. For the first time in 7 years, I imagine someone will actually take the player available in this supplemental draft. It's going to be fascinating to watch.
The Celtics are much more viable in this than I think anyone wants to let on. Just because here's the thing for Milwaukee, they'll get some Celtics picks, but they know that they can flip Jaylen Brown in a Giannis deal and get a whole lot of what they want out on the open market. And it may be a situation like what Portland did with Lillard, where they were able to get third teams involved and collect assets from two sides. You may see a situation that happens that way, and I think that would be very interesting. Like, listen, they had Phoenix involved in that deal. They were able to bring in Ayton. So, they couldn't get exactly what they wanted from one team in a deal.
Well, there's clearly one GM that has the most pressure on him with anybody. His name is Stan Bowman. He works at Edmonton. He's hiring a coach that the first move you have to make to hire the coach is put him under investigation. You hear that clock? You hear that ticking, Chris? That's Connor McDavid's contract. He's up in 2 years.
The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
With the homie, your primo Gabe Ramirez checking in, filling in for Pat Boyle on the OT on BetMGM Tonight the last couple of hours. But we do got the squad. We got Monty. We got Brandon Combs. And we're trying to do something that I did back in 4th grade basketball in the Chicago Park District, and that's go 82-0. But we're doing it a different way. We're using a site to kind of generate our teams where we get best players, best eras. And I love this part because I'm learning it, obviously. We get one respin on era and team, right? That's what you said, Brandon?
Yeah, you get one respin on each. So if you get, like, let's say you get the era is 2020s and you get Chicago Bulls, right? You would probably want to respin era and keep the Bulls and hope that you get the 90s. You know what I mean? Or if you get like Golden State Warriors and you get like 90s, you would probably want to try to respin and either get the 60s so you can get Wilt, or you would want to get something closer to 2020 so you can get Steph.
You're a guy that people should invite into their fantasy football leagues because you'll give them the rules beforehand and not just try to use the competitive advantage to your favor. All right. So I'm ready to do this. So here's what we do, because I know you guys got it. I want to do 1-1, right? So like I pick a guy, you pick a guy, because I feel like then the intensity can kind of get up. And I know that you guys do best player available. I'm gonna build a real team though. I know that's how you win championships, at least in my favorite eras. So I'm gonna build a good team that actually works together. But I'm gonna let you go first so that I could just watch and see exactly how I'm gonna end up sniping you right here. All
right. Let's go. I'll go first. That's fine. All right. I get Atlanta of the 80s. I mean, this one's kind of easy. Well, maybe not, because they do have Moses Malone at center. And center is a tough position throughout the years, right? To get a lot of points per game, a lot of assists per game, a lot of rebounds per game. Oh, man. Do I want Dominique or do I want Moses Malone? You know what, Monty? Let me go with Moses Malone as my center.
That's I like this. See, talking about Moses Malone, I mean, listen, a monster on the glass. Everybody knows that. I actually saw Dominique Wilkins play one time when I was a kid. My dad took me to Chicago Stadium. It was on a February. They put on a show. I couldn't believe I was in a building. I actually didn't realize how cool that was until later on in life. But you made a mistake, my friend. Dominique Wilkins was the correct answer there. I already could tell my team was going to go ahead and handle business. All right, Monty, I'm ready for this. I'm feeling good after watching that mistake on this one right here. All right, the wheels are turning. The Toronto Raptors in the 2010s. Wait. Whoa. I don't see somebody at the top of that list that should. Oh, the 2020s.
2020s.
Oh, and Kawhi Leonard won it in the 2019s, right? Ooh.
Yeah.
So right here, I can either respin the team, right?
You could if you want to, or you can go with a guy like Pascal Siakam or Brandon Ingram.
No. I'm building a way better team than that. No. I'm gonna take a gamble.
Go get Fred VanVleet, man. Northern Illinois, Rockford, Illinois native, Fred VanVleet. Come on.
I don't know what kind of teams you guys have been putting together, but clearly this is why you guys have never gone 82-0. All right, because you guys, because it's not working for you guys. All right, I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I'm gonna say change the team up, and I'm gonna hope I get a banger right here. All right, give me my team. Oh man. Okay, yeah. I'll take Paolo Banchero. No questions about it. He'll be my small forward right there. They got him as power forward, but I'm gonna lace him in at the small right there. We'll see.
I don't think you can because he doesn't have that option.
So what do I get?
Some players have dual position eligibility, but he's only eligible at power forward.
Oh, no problems. We can lay him up right there, power forward. I like where this is going. There's no doubt about it. Paolo Banchero, you're talking about number one pick, a walking bucket, proving why he was better than Chet in the moment. I mean, this is why he's there. I got a guy that is getting better defensively and can put the ball in the bucket. So I got Paolo Banchero right there. So no questions about it.
Here's what I think we do. I went first. You went second. I think round 2 now. You go first. I'll go second. Let's snake this thing.
Snake draft?
Nope.
No, you don't like that idea?
It's your pick again, Brandon. No. It's your go right now. All right, you got number 2.
All right. Let's see what we get.
A real draft.
Come on, Bulls of the 90s. Oh, Boston of 2020, easy. Give me Jason Tatum.
Okay, yeah. That's a good one.
Give me Jason Tatum. Let's put him at small forward for now. So that's another thing. You can like if he has dual later on. Right. If I get a small forward or something, I can change him. So let's put him at small forward for now.
Are you sure?
Because you don't want to put him up against Paolo Banchero. Ooh.
I'll put him at small forward for now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know you can change him. Are you sure you can change him? I didn't know you could do that.
Yep.
Well, we'll see in a second.
Absolutely.
We'll see in a second.
Small forward for now, locked in.
I'm ready. My turn. Line me up. I got Paolo Banchero and what is going on? Victor Wembanyama. Lock me in. Victor Wembanyama, center position.
Are you sure?
1 of 1.
You just choked away the finals. Just saying.
Am I sure? Oh, hey, man. If he had Paolo Banchero laying to the left of him, guaranteed he wouldn't have lost those finals. He'd have been 82-0 probably. All right, let me go ahead. Let's go. Your turn, Brandon. Let's go.
All right, here we go. Let's see what we get. Bulls of the 80s.
Ooh.
Yes, sir. Let me go ahead and take Mike. Average 32, 6, and 5 in the 80s. I'll take that. I like those numbers. Let's put him at let's move let's move.
You want to move Tatum to power forward?
Tatum to the power
MJ
forward. Yep. And put MJ at small forward.
Putting Michael Jordan at small forward.
Jordan
is
at shooting guard. Actually, put him at shooting guard. Sorry, not small forward.
Do you want to move JT back to small forward then?
No, you can leave him there for now. It's fine. We'll play with it as we need to.
All right.
Jordan at shooting guard for sure.
I mean, I got to be honest. I don't like going up against Jordan, but I'm interested to see what the rest of the team could look like. Ooh. So I can't take.
You can't.
Kevin Garnett,
KG
right?
says you can play him. It says you can play him at small forward.
Oh, I see it right there. Absolutely. You're gonna let me put KG at the 3? That is insane. We are going 82-0, ladies and gentlemen. We found the sauce. All right, go ahead, Brandon. Right. You're up next.
I don't like your spins. Your spins have been lucky.
You got Jordan
OKC
the last
of
time.
The 90s. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to keep OKC. But please, let's go ahead and respin the era.
Come on, early 2000s.
You can try and get MJ from the 80s and MJ from the 90s.
He's trying to get Shea. Oh, Toronto. Oh.
Toronto of the 90s. Go ahead and give me Vince Sanity. Stoudemire too, huh?
18. That's a good one. I need to see this over here.
Respin the era. These guys stink.
That would be both the years, right? That would be both the years at that point.
Yeah. Let's go and respin the era.
You'd only have one pick left after this,
right.
so. You want to do it,
the era.
Yeah, go ahead and do it. Dang it. 2000s. There we go. 2000s of Vince Carter. Take that at small forward.
All right. So we got Gabe Ramirez here. Brandon Combs producing. We're doing 82-0, putting together our teams. Brandon, you like your team so far? You got one more spot left over.
I do. I like my team. Look, you got Michael Jordan. You got Jason Tatum. I mean, we got Moses Malone. And now we got Vinsanity, man. If I get a deadly point guard here, like imagine if I get Golden State Warriors of the 2010s, and I got Steph. Oh, yeah. Good luck beating that.
So the problem is you're going to give up 200 points a game on that squad right there. So, all right, I know I'm next. Let's go. It's my turn, right? Let me see who we got next on this thing. All right. Brooklyn in the 80s. Oh my Lord. All right. Oof. I can't, I got point guard left and then that's it, right? Just my point guard. So I need to change
point guard and shooting guard. Both guards.
Point guard, shooting guard.
So I want to change the era, right? Because that's what I have left, era, right? And then
that's
I'm hoping for a Jason Kidd. I'm hoping for a Jason Kidd. I'm hoping for a Kyrie. Come on, how are they gonna do me like that? Ooh, a Stephon Marbury. Oh, there goes my Jason Kidd. Do I go Jason Kidd? Yeah, but I got buckets already. I got buckets. I'm gonna go Jason Kidd, and let's just slide him in at the PG spot for the time being right now.
Oof.
J Kidd.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Over Marbury?
Oof. Hell yeah. Let me tell you why. Because Jason Kidd is about to be Lob City. It's gonna look like a volleyball game when we're playing basketball. Jason Kidd's gonna throw it up. You know when they do the fake one, like they're gonna fake it like they're throwing it to Kevin Garnett, but it's really going to Wembanyama, and then he's just gonna dunk it. 82-0. That's what's gonna happen right there. All right, Brandon, your last one.
So now that you made your pick, remember when you told me that that what you told me? Go ahead and give me God. I get OKC of the 90s for my point guard. I'll go ahead with Gary the Glove Payton. So remember at the beginning of this, I'll take Gary Payton at point guard. You 66 and 16.
I told you guys.
Gracious, that's gross.
Guys, weren't even a one seed.
Just not fair. So you told me at the beginning that you want me in your fantasy league because I would give you the rules and all that stuff. But what you're failing to realize here is that they don't take a lot of those things that you're talking about into an account. They only take account like the stats that are on the screen in front of you. Like, so they're not talking about defense. They're not talking about any of that. They're not talking like logically, like you were trying to think. So I still might have you here.
Maybe I'll make a different website where it thinks logically.
Defense is included though, because they have steals per game and blocks per game. So defense definitely matters.
Okay. All right, Monty, hook me up. I got one more. Let's go, Monty. I'm feeling good right now. I need to just wrap this up. The 82-0, Atlanta, the 2000s. Now see, Joe Johnson. Oh, I have no other choices, right? This is it. I've used all of my I used all my stuff up. Joe Johnson is a bucket, and if you double team anyone, Joe Johnson will certainly knock down the jumper that you need. Let me see. How are they going to tell you what your record's going to be? And I don't even get the chance to pick a bench. They should give you like a sixth man, just one sixth man, because I would throw Joe Johnson as a sixth man, do one more. Now, Isaiah Ryder was nasty, but he just didn't get enough rebounds. And I don't need somebody slasher. I need a bucket getter. I'm gonna go with Joe Johnson at my 2. So I got Jason Kidd. Don't click it yet. I got Jason Kidd at the 1, Joe Johnson at the 2, knocking down buckets. I got KG at the 3, which is absurd. I got Paolo Banchero at the 3, which we probably swap at some point with KG. And then Victor Wembanyama at the 4. I'm gonna say this team. I'm trying to do over under. Monty, you're the gambler here in this segment. Over under 66 wins, my team, which is where Brandon was at. What are you doing? What are you laying?
That's tough. I think the Jason Kidd pick is going to kill you, honestly. I think your guards are tough. Jason Kidd and Joe Johnson. Like, your front court's awesome, but I don't know. Your guards are tough. So I think Combs might edge you out here.
There goes that logic again. All right, I'm ready to see the number. Let's see what I got on my debut of 82-0. Let's go! 70-12, baby. They know ball. I know ball. I'm telling you, I built a powerhouse juggernaut right there. Monty, stick to baseball, baby. What are you talking about? I'm telling you, I know ball. I
That's
built
right.
a juggernaut. Yeah, look at that.
You
Jason
got
Kidd
me.
killing it.
He is coming. He is coming for you, Monty. So if you scroll down to the bottom, it'll tell you what your premier picks were, right? After each roll, Monty.
So like Jason Kidd is my best pick. Is that what that means?
This is
Jason Kidd was my number one pick. My best pick.
That's just an order of your starting five. It doesn't really. I don't think it says because yours.
Okay.
That's as far as I can scroll down. Yours doesn't say anything either, and I think the colors are just based on the team that they're on. So I'm not sure.
Michael Jordan led team with 66 wins. Should be a little embarrassed right
with
there.
Gary
Brandon.
Payton at the point, Vince Carter at the 3, Jason Tatum at the 4, and Moses Malone at center. Jordan would have went 82-0 and won 94 championships in a row.
Yeah, I don't know. He might have ran into Victor Wembanyama, Kevin Garnett, and Paulo Banchero. And Jason Kidd might have ate him up a little bit. They couldn't have stopped him. They might have scored too many points. They might average 200 points a game against you now.
So
I like that. I like that.
So when it comes to the NBA, all right, let me ask you a question now. When you're talking about eras, like we were just doing, right, with like all of these eras, and we always talk about Jordan's always going to be the GOAT, right? And the age-old debate is Jordan versus LeBron and all that. And what drives me nuts is when people say, like, LeBron couldn't play in the 90s. LeBron, for all disclosures, LeBron's 4th on my all-time list. I go Jordan, Kobe, Wilt, LeBron. But you have to take into account the eras. And I think that no matter what, like LeBron would have been a different ball player in the 90s and 80s for sure because he would have trained differently. But his size, he's a monster. Like, so good luck playing against LeBron when he's able to be physical with you. So I still think that I don't think he would have been able to do everything he did in his era. I also don't think that when you look at like hand checking and being able to play defense, there's a lot of guys in this era. Like, I don't think Wemby would have been fit for the 80s and 90s just because of his body size and the way that they're allowed to play defense. Even though you would train differently, I think it would have been harder for Wemby to be as dominant as I believe he's going to be throughout his career. What do you think about like all of the difference in changes and rules and eras and all that stuff? Do you believe the 90s and early 2000s was the prime time of basketball, or do you think that we're going to see better stuff throughout? Because I still think like the regular season in the NBA now is just so watered down defensively.
Yeah, I think, obviously the NBA, what it's done extremely well over the last couple of decades is evolve, right? And how their game is transcended, and what was once asked of their players in a particular era is not necessarily the same of what's being asked of them in the present, right? You've seen a 3-point line added. You've seen a 3-point line move back. You've seen a 3-point line move forward and move back again. And then you see it at a point now where some are considering moving it back even further, right? Just to, again, you're playing in different eras where different things are asked of you. With Victor Wembanyama, you're right, he wouldn't exist because he fits the game in a way that he wouldn't have been able to in the 80s, let's say, right? Would he have been effective?
Right.
Without a doubt. Anybody that's as big as he is, he would be effective, especially when you're talking about just quality of play. But I don't think he would have been asked to do that, right? He might have been a backup center, but he would have been better than Manute Bol. He would have been better than Sean Bradley. He would have been better than those guys, fluid, but with the physicality of got to him, you just don't know. When you're talking about eras in general, specifically about a guy like LeBron James, I mean, LeBron has a hell of a mid-range jumper, right? And that's something that he thrived off of in the early portions of his career. And so that's transferable, right? 3-pointers is what was then, when you're talking about a guy that lived through this evolution of NBA basketball, like he was then asked to shoot threes at a higher clip in his, career that he's played differently than he was in the very beginning, where it was just, I'm hooping, I'm pulling up for 3. It doesn't matter, right? Now it's like, no, it needs to be a part of your game. You got to hit this open 3 because you're going to be in the corner and the play is designed for you to do that, right? It's like different. And so I think when you're talking about LeBron, without a doubt, he would have existed in all these eras, he's a phenomenal basketball player. I think the bigger argument when people are talking about, the Mike and the Kobe and the LeBron conversation, when people make the argument for Jordan, as I do, I want to be clear in stating that early, is I think that they're more so talking to like the grit and the dominant Mamba mentality, right? Like there are people that identify with that, with the no matter what, blood, sweat, and tears, 82 games, injured, bloody, flu-like symptoms. I'm gonna put myself in a position to play that. And then there's others that, again, we talk about different eras, operate in that space. So I think the conversation is always interesting. I think Jordan says it best when he talks about who's the GOAT. He said, there's different eras, the game evolves, and you can't lay claim to something like that. But of course, a GOAT says that because that's what a GOAT says. He never lays claim to being the GOAT himself. All right.
How many points would Jordan score in an era where they're not allowed to hand check and play defense?
Yeah, and I was one too, because I didn't play ball in college, but I played ball in high school at a high level, and I felt like I always used to make the argument like, oh, but you can't hand check. But if you watch the NBA playoffs, if you watch the NBA lately, like they're very physical and they do allow hand checks as long as they don't impede your movement. But hands are on guys' bodies, and that's why, which is something that Jordan wasn't necessarily able to do as they do it now, is swiping hands away, right? Like if somebody hand checked you, you could hit down, but now it's like it's part of the game. I can grab your hand, I can move it out the way in order to score. So you'd be giving Jordan another weapon. So to answer the question, put a bow on it. How much would Jordan score? I would just point to one metric, and that is free throw shooting. Look at some of the top guys in the league, whether it's Shea, whether it's guys like James Harden, guys that get to the free throw line and half of their points are there. You saw Donovan Mitchell have a couple 40-point games against the Bulls where he shot 20 free throws. Michael, look at DeMar DeRozan, how he gets buckets. Pump fakes, I let you fall into me, and then I shoot free throws. Michael Jordan, the king of the fadeaway, would just score 17 points a game at the free throw line, just at the free throw line. And then when you're talking about pick and rolls and the kind of athletes that would be with him and the open shots that he would be able to get, and then if you told him to focus on the three-point shooting the way that LeBron had the opportunity to do over the course of his career, if he was then tasked with doing so, I mean, how can you make an argument for a guy that already averaged 32 points a game that in that kind of a situation he wouldn't average close to or over 40? I think that's just my opinion in my own space right there. All right, I am Gabe Ramirez. Hopefully you enjoyed my take. Don't forget to follow me at Gabe Ramirez on Twitter. I'll follow you back during this commercial break. On the other side, we got more action on the way. Don't go anywhere. More BetMGM tonight coming up right here on Westwood One Sports.
What do the Knicks have to do to try and keep this core together? How much turmoil or movement might they face this offseason?
Well, listen, first of all, they did this year up against the second apron. And Mitchell Robinson's going to be a free agent, and the Knicks really are determined to keep him. They're going to have to go well into the second apron to keep him, and I think they're prepared to do that. I don't think this is going to be a situation like 2011 where the Dallas Mavericks won the NBA championship and Mark Cuban decided that we need to be nimble financially and kind of broke up some of the core of the team. The Knicks are not going to worry about being nimble financially. The Knicks will essentially do what we saw the Celtics do after winning in 2024, which was the fact that they kept that Porzingis, Horford, Holiday core together and paid a big luxury tax bill with the thought of let's try to see if we can have a 2 to 3 year window. The Knicks will attempt to do that. If it starts to crumble and comes apart a little bit, they'll get themselves out of the second apron because we've seen that they have very, very shrewd management that can manage things financially very well, which they've done in the past. But now is a time where the Knicks are gonna take advantage of the fact that Jim Dolan has always been willing to spend more than the next guy, and now this is what it's going to be. But I will say this about the Knicks: they're not going to be able to retain Landry Shamet, and they're going to need to replace him. I know Knicks fans love Mohamed Diawara. Maybe he's a guy they can keep, and he plays for them. Maybe he doesn't. Who knows? Their first-round draft pick is going to be really important this year. They have to be careful not to take a developmental project, but to take an older player who can come in and be a rotation guy immediately, because they're going to have to pay him a rookie scale deal, and it's going to cost them a lot of money when they're in the second apron and have to pay luxury tax on top of it. So the draft pick here for the Knicks and a team that just won an NBA championship actually looms pretty important in terms of what their chances are to repeat. We just saw a San Antonio team make an NBA final with some young guys. There's young guys that can help you on this level, and that cost-controlled talent when you're building trying to build some kind of dynasty can be really, really vital. And I think it's something to keep an eye on what the Knicks do in next Tuesday's draft.
Before I get to the rest of the league, and in particular the Antetokounmpo sweepstakes that we might see over the next week or so, let me pivot back to the team that just lost. You mentioned the Spurs. Good young team, solid core. Wemby's not going anywhere, and I think we'll grow up a lot both physically and mentally and emotionally this summer. What do they need to do, in your opinion, other than just go through this experience? What do they need to do to their roster to reconfigure, if anything, going into next year as the favorites?
They need a big athlete that they can play both next to Wemby and for Wemby. When you look at what happened to the Spurs, part of what beat them against the Knicks was the lack of versatility in their rotation. It was Victor Wembanyama and a group of perimeter players. And you saw how devastating in the last two series the Luke Cornett minutes were. They were bad. And although they're paying Cornett, they have him under contract for 3 more years at $30 million. The reality is for them, as a backup center in the regular season, he's fine. You get in the playoffs, you want to be able to match up small with somebody and have a small ball type of five. The closest guy they have to that's Carter Bryant, and that ain't him. And so that, to me, is the one spot they're going to have to go do something. I know there's a lot of talk about moving De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox had a poor final. He did not have a wonderful playoff, and I do have my concerns about Fox and him not doing what he was brought there to do, which is essentially be a guy that enhances Victor Wembanyama and gets him the ball more. Fox did not do that enough, and that's definitely going to have to change. With that said, he did play the last two series with a bad ankle. That is, in the regular season, he would not have been playing. So I think for the Spurs, right now, Fox's value is not at a high with a 4-year, $240 million extension kick in. I would not think they're going to do anything to move him, but I do think you see something from them where they find somebody at a reasonable price that can come in, play small ball five, and be more of a traditional four next to Victor Wembanyama, because I think that was something that was uncovered that they desperately needed.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
And back with Gabe Ramirez. Still got a half an hour in this thing where maybe you could win a little bit of money. And you could have, if you bet Argentina, up 2-0 right now in the 65th minute. And who is the man responsible for both goals? If you already know the answer, why didn't you bet on it? Lionel Messi in both the 17th minute and the 60th minute, representing for his country. Think about it, guys, how insane it is that you are the defending World Cup champions. You're playing your first game since winning it. Everybody in the world knows Lionel Messi's on the team, so you're double teaming him the same way you would a point guard crossing half court that you want the ball out of their hands. Like a guy like Anthony Edwards. Oh, you cross half court? Double team you. You're not beating us. The other team is doing that, and still, after it all, you managed to score 2 goals in a game where goals are so difficult to come by. You know how absurdly good you have to be in order to have that happen? Shout out to all my Argentinos that are out there. Well, no, not one Argentinian is listening right now. Let me be very clear. Every single one is watching this Argentina versus Algeria game right here. We'll see if they can get another goal. But this was seen as a match that, whoever won this one, would be able to have a clear path to the knockout rounds when looking at who else is in this group J. The final 2 teams will be playing right after this at 11 o'clock. So if you're someone that just absolutely loves to torture yourself and gamble late at night because you're like, oh no, the live bet is here. Oh, it's the World Cup. I got to lay some money down. What I have on that one right now, I have Austria and under 3.5 goals parlayed together. That's what I have. I know parlay. Oh, bad word. Not with me though. Not with cousin Gabe. Not with Primo Gabe. No, absolutely not. Parlays are okay with me. I got it at -110. And that's my late night sweat. If I end up not falling asleep, I'll be able to watch that one. But we also have some other things that can make us a little bit of money. Of course, I'm talking about the NBA draft, which is just a week away. A lot of good names sitting at the top. And you're going to be watching this one. Why not do a little research and maybe try to make some money while you're watching this thing and find out where someone can land? Brandon Combs has some names and some draft positions. I'm going to see if any of these guys are worth laying some money on. Brandon, the first one is the most shocking to me. The number 1 pick in the draft. The numbers on this one are just wild because it seems like there's a clear-cut favorite, but I don't know. It seems like the odds are saying otherwise.
Yeah, there's a clear-cut favorite at 1. There's actually in the first, 4? I'm looking at it now. The first 4 picks, there's really an odds-on favorite for all 4, which is kind of wild because there's a name on here that once we get to him, I've got something to say, and we'll talk about it. All right, first overall pick, AJ DeBonsa is -375. Darren Peterson is +275, and remember, he's only taking an interview with the Wizards. He's not interviewing with any other team. Cameron Boozer is 20-1. Caleb Wilson is 80-1, and Darius Acuff Jr. is 250-1.
I mean, this is when it goes back to talking about the juice situation, where like I get it, you don't want to pay the juice, but in what world, what alternate universe is AJ DeBonsa not the first pick in the draft, right? In what world are the Wizards who have Trae Young and Anthony Davis, unless AJ DeBonsa is like, I will not play for you, right? Because you have 2 stars that are going to stunt my growth and development and minimize my star. That's the only way AJ DeBonsa doesn't go number 1. But even then, you just trade out of that position. And he'd still get taken number 1, and he'd just move on from that. So, like, -375, like, I get it. But if I had, then this is where I get in trouble. And this is where I feel like, I know there's people listening right now, and they in their deep, dark thoughts, they feel this exact same way. Like, if I had $375,000 liquid and I wanted to make a cool 100, this is what I would do. This is where I would lay the money to get out, because this is obvious. You know what I mean? But again, I can't even see another situation like Darren Peterson. Why would the Wizards, take Darren Peterson when they have Trae Young? You see what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. So, and he's the second front runner in that situation. So at -375, that thing should be like at -580, -490, something ridiculous. But thank the heavens above, I do not have 375 liquid, or else you know what I'd be doing with it.
That would be something, and I'd be rooting for your money. Sometimes I see bets like that when I'm like, oh man, they put how much down on what to happen? A lot of times I root against it. I'm like, oh man, I would love to see the upset here. You know what I mean? Just see that guy lose his money. But for you, I'd root for your money there. I'd root for your money.
But do you
DeBonce's
disagree
gotta
with
be
it though? That's the
clear number
question.
one.
Of course.
Yeah, no, DeBonce's got to be the clear number one, especially if you're Washington. If you don't go with DeBonce, I mean, what are you doing? Like, even if he says, "Oh, I'm not going to play for you," all right, well, we're drafting you anyway, and you can just sit on the bench. Like, fine, don't play. Like, that's how I would treat any athlete if I'm a GM, and I know that you're the best player in the draft, and I have the number one pick. I'm drafting you. You don't want to play for me? Fine, sit on the bench.
God, that's what you have to do. What do you got for number 2? This is where it gets interesting. This is where you can make some money, real money.
Yeah. Darren Peterson leads the way at minus 175. Cameron Boozer at plus 250. See, I like that face there. AJ DeBonsa at plus 350. Caleb Wilson at 25 to 1. Darius Acuff Jr. at 150 to 1. And Keaton Wagler at 250 to 1. Now, Darren Peterson, to me, is anything above pick maybe 10. I'm not touching him. And if the Bulls touch him, if he's still there for and the Bulls touch him, I'm going to get me like an Indiana Pacers jersey or something because I can't do this again.
I mean, when I think about Darren Peterson and watching him at Kansas, I liken him to a Gilbert Arenas, right? Someone that can score at will, no problem, free reign, and your job simply is to put the ball in the bucket. I don't know if he's going to be a good teammate. I don't know. I'm not saying he is or isn't. I said I don't know. I would love to see him in the locker room and to shake this odd narrative that he has following him and has had following him throughout the course of the season. But what you do know is that he has a big body, right, which is coveted in the NBA when you're talking about guards, and the ability to score at all three levels. You can shoot the three, mid-range is there, and you can certainly get to the cup and put one down on you. So it's going to be hard for teams to pass up a talent like that where, Boozer, certainly someone that is going to be consistent. Caleb Wilson, I think everybody understands, what he can give to a team despite his injuries. But I think when you're talking about someone to change your franchise or to be your Robin, right? You need your Batman. Who's Robin? It could be a Darren Peterson. So a minus 175, I mean, I can't imagine a situation again where he's not taking number 2. So to me, I think that's a clear-cut bet there because Darren Peterson is a surefire thing.
Yeah, look, I from everything that I saw from him at Kansas, and Bill Self is a player's coach, and that's where I get my opinion that I don't think that this kid is a good teammate. I don't think this kid cares about anything other than Darren Peterson. And I don't think that this kid knows what he's getting himself into come time to be in the NBA because he's going to have to learn how to care about something other than just himself because it's not going to go well in an NBA locker room going like that, especially as a rookie. And you look at everything that you saw there and the way that Bill Self handled him, when he takes himself out of a game and they ask Bill Self after the game, hey, what happened with Darren Peterson? He's just like, I don't know. I thought we were good. And it's like, man, if you can't get along with Bill Self and every player loves Bill Self, what is going on right now? And you're doing all of this, I've got cramps or blah, blah, blah. I don't know. For me, I'm staying away from him. I almost I would love to play Cameron Boozer here at plus 250. I really would because I think teams are going to be
that's you
turned
playing
off by
with your
Darren
heart,
Peterson.
and that's not as you playing. That's you playing with your heart and your hatred towards them. That's where you get emotions involved. Don't do it. Don't do it. Go to number 3. Well, we got number 3. I don't want you to tell anybody to make that bet. I don't want you to tell anybody.
So you think a team's going to take a chance on him that early, huh? You think he's gone at 2? Wow.
100%.
Okay.
100%.
All right. Third overall pick. Cameron Boozer is minus 220. Darren Peterson is plus 300. Caleb Wilson at plus 500. And AJ DeBonsa is 20 to 1. Acuff is 50 to 1. Keaton Wagler is 150 to 1. Mikel Brown Jr. is 150 to 1. And Kingston Fleming's 150 to 1.
Now, if you are of the mind that Darren Peterson will get passed up because of behavioral issues, this is where you capitalize on it, right? If you do think instead of the mind, don't take the surefire minus 175. If your hatred is strong, and I'm talking about like really strong for Darren Peterson, then you take him going at number 3 and you get your plus 300 money right there. I mean, Boozer, people are saying that other teams might take Caleb Wilson at this position, right? Because you were talking about two guys with similar body types. The way I likened Caleb Wilson comparing him to Boozer, Wilson to me is like a poor man's Chris Bosh. He's going to get buckets, going to play defense for you, but he's not going to be your alpha male to lead your team. He's going to need somebody else there. And when you're talking about Boozer, he's not going to be as good as Chris Bosh, baby little clone, and Caleb Wilson's going to be. But he will, like his dad, consistently get you 20 and 10, right? Because he's just a sound-minded basketball player that knows how to be in the right spot in the right time. So again, it is about what you covet in that moment from either team. But I think, when you're looking at Cam Boozer, the 2-3 holes are the ones where you can make some money. I think Darren Peterson, 175, I don't hate that at all. And then I think when you're talking about the third pick, Caleb Wilson is a guy that could, he doesn't want to work out for anybody, right? He feels like he's already a done deal. And, that might be the case at number 3.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, if you think that it's going to be Caleb Wilson, that's 5-1. You said that if you like the Darren Peter, like if Utah passes on him and you think that they pass on him, I almost like Cam Boozer at plus 250, and then maybe because I'm a nutbag, parlay it with Darren Peterson at plus 300.
And then throw in AJ DeBonsa while you're at it at minus 375, and then you just, run the course of that one. All right, we got more to talk about on the other side. Maybe some parlays you might want to put together to win some bets. But we will check out the scoreboard and let you know what's happening around not only MLB, but also some World Cup games that are going on. I am Gabe Ramirez filling in for Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. We got more BetMGM tonight on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
It's indicative of a guy who is me first. And unless I had a stellar interview with him, which again, doesn't sound like he's going to grant teams the opportunity for, unless I had a stellar interview with him or a stellar background report on him that told me, no, this is up. Come on. It's just a guy looking out for himself. He's a good guy, team player. If he comes in, he makes everyone around him better, not just him stepping into the lineup. Unless I had that, I wouldn't be hyped to pick Darren Peterson. Based on talent alone, yes. Based on all the other intangibles swirling around, no. I'm not racing to the podium with that pick. It is prima donna behavior. Once again, we need an adult in the room to tell Darren Peterson, hey, there's a chance, pretty good chance you don't go first overall. And I get it. You don't want to go to Utah. But this is not the way to force yourself into a different situation, because you're now clouding the judgment of your character even more so than you did with the way you played this past season.
And my eyes keep going towards Matt Fitzpatrick, who actually opened to start the week at 25-1. Granted, the odds have been out for the whole year for the U.S. Open, but he was 25-1 just 24 hours ago, 48 hours ago, and it's already dropped to 20-1. I spoke with Fitzpatrick after his press conference yesterday, and look, everything's kind of firing on all cylinders. He's a guy that's won 3 times on the PGA Tour this year, the only 3-time winner. He was runner-up last week in Canada. He's won a U.S. Open in the past, just 4 years ago at Brookline. And he played well here in 2018. The last time the U.S. Open was contested at Shinnecock, he finished in the tie for 12th place. That's sort of it. Does it guarantee that Matt Fitzpatrick is going to win or even contend for this title? Of course not. That said, he kind of ticks all the boxes that we're looking for. And so I can't really find any faults with Fitzpatrick whatsoever. Most players, I can point to something a little off. Okay, maybe the ball striking's not there. Maybe the short game isn't quite where this player needs to be. Maybe his form hasn't been great over his last few starts. Fitzpatrick has everything that I'm looking for. So I think that 20-1 range makes a lot of sense.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Shout out to everybody that's saying the words right there. You're a real one. You're part of the crew. It's Gabe Ramirez hanging out right here on BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. Got a couple more minutes. And Lionel Messi, I mean, one of my buddies is at a bar in the city of Chicago right now, deep in the heart of it, on the north side, a bar called Bar Enya. Now, this was a place that, back in your 20s, you want to take a girl to an Argentinian steakhouse. You go there, dimly lit, beautiful. But what happens? Good things come to an end. And that's what happened with Bar Enya until the World Cup, as it was risen from the ashes like a phoenix. And it was a home now to those that enjoyed Argentinian soccer. And my boy is there and said that he's Puerto Rican, but he, along with the others that are in that bar, actually weeping at the sight of seeing Lionel Messi put together a hat trick. Brandon let me know that the odds there were 35-1 if you would have laid it beforehand. If we could have only been so lucky. Or at least smart enough to bet Argentina at minus 185. I'm going to be kicking myself for the rest of the night. I mean, don't you hate that? Like, you see the script play out right in front of you, the way it was happening in your little brain. The exact script you saw in your brain that you dismissed actually happened in real life. And now your bank account is a little thinner than it should have been. Now, I'm not being greedy because I've won my fair share of money over the course of this World Cup. And I got to be honest, your boy's on the heater. But doesn't take away from the fact that you don't want to leave money on the table. And that's exactly what I felt like I did in that one. So Argentina up 3-0 against Algeria. If you're looking for the bet that I'm making later today, I even just went during the commercial break to see if I was going to lay some more units down. And that is Austria playing tonight. I got them. I got it right here in the BetMGM app. Got it open. Austria and then under 3.5 goals. Austria plays a tough defense. I mean, when you're looking at Jordan, they're going to bunch up the box because they don't want them to score a ton. They're going to want to counter. Austria's had a couple clean sheets that's holding teams to no goals in 3 out of their last 5 matches. 3 out of the last 5. Jordan, on the other hand, scored 1 goal in their last 3, and then in matches 4 and 5, when you're looking at the last 5, they put up multiple goals, but they were against inferior teams. Austria is going to be a tough one. They're looking to get out of that Group J along with Argentina. So, again, fade or follow, like Brad Evans taught me during this one. I'll just go ahead and let that one happen. But in the meantime, let's go take a look around the scoreboard. Outside of the World Cup, of course, today, France beat Senegal 3-1, and then Norway took care of business. Holland was handling stuff going on there. Right now in baseball, Astros up 4-2 against the Tigers. That one in the top of the 9th, 2 outs, about to shut the door there. Angels, Diamondbacks up 5-0 in the top of the 5th there. Orioles, Mariners knotted at 1 in the 5th. That's one you can jump on if you like those games that are tied up right in the middle of it. Rays, Dodgers tied at 0 as well. And then Pirates, Athletics, A's up 4-1 in that one. I'm looking at this Austria game. I'm getting even some text messages from some family members that are listening, and they're asking me if I'm going to do a big bet on it. Now, Brandon, you know what I've been doing lately with these big bets. I don't know. I mean, again, it's not my money. You know, I can't say it enough. It's not my money. I've won this money. I have not taken a dollar out of my accounts, and I just feel like the units get bigger because you always wish that you get that much money, and then you want to bet that big. And here I am. Am I a fool for it?
I mean, look, there are times like there's an old song. Like, I'm a big music guy, and there's an old song that says, "You got to know when to hold them, you got to know when to fold them, you got to know when to walk away."
Shout out Johnny Cash.
So, I mean, if you feel like you can keep rolling, but you just got to know when you're like, all right, I'm done here. This is where I'm at, and I'm walking away. Because when you know that, then you're good. But when you can't find that place, when you don't know when you're good and you just keep going, that's when maybe you need to dial the number because you're in Brendan Sorsby territory.
I don't think anybody knows where they're going. They're gambling. I think they just want to go. They want to keep figuring out how much further they can go. And I know that's probably not the right answer, but I got to be honest. I'm in a good place. And here's what I will say. It's a good place to be where, Brad mentioned it earlier, right? Don't gamble with money you're not afraid to lose. And even though it's gotten up to a cool amount, when it's there, it's just like, oh, I get to bet on whatever I want, right? Like I got a free bankroll that I don't, and so it's more entertainment in that way. It seems like a fake app that I have that's just the dollars are going up and it's not real money because I haven't taken it out yet. But I got to be honest, I'm definitely pulling the trigger on this one. All right. Got to say thank you to everybody. Of course, Brad Evans for hanging out the first 3 hours. Look forward to hanging out with him again tomorrow. Make sure you guys are here for it. Want to thank our video producer, Michael Monty Montgomery. Want to also thank our executive producer, Brandon Combs. And of course, Randy Merkin for helping out as well. What a day it's been. I don't want to stay up, but the World Cup is making me do it. And I know I'm going to lay this money. Austria and under 3.5 goals. Make sure you lock it in. All right, mi gente. That means my people. Hasta la próxima. That means until next time. I am Gabe Ramirez. And this has been BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
I don't know if I'd give up more than a third-round pick for that. Because when I go back and look at Sorsby, there were a couple weeks last year where he was not good. He knows how talented he is. He knows his arm strength. He knows his athletic abilities and hasn't yet caught up in judgment speed to physical athletic ability speed. Questionable judgment. Imagine that coming from Sorsby. And I think that's what will keep Brendan Sorsby from someone spending more than, say, a third-round pick on him in this supplemental draft. But the mechanics of it and how it all works, for the first time in 5 years, I think, we'll have a supplemental draft. For the first time in 7 years, I imagine someone will actually take the player available in this supplemental draft. It's going to be fascinating to watch.
The Celtics are much more viable in this than I think anyone wants to let on. Just because here's the thing for Milwaukee, they'll get some Celtics picks, but they know that they can flip Jaylen Brown in a Giannis deal and get a whole lot of what they want out on the open market. And it may be a situation like what Portland did with Lillard, where they were able to get third teams involved and collect assets from two sides. You may see a situation that happens that way, and I think that would be very interesting. Like, listen, they had Phoenix involved in that deal. They were able to bring in Ayton. So, they couldn't get exactly what they wanted from one team in a deal.
Well, there's clearly one GM that has the most pressure on him with anybody. His name is Stan Bowman. He works at Edmonton. He's hiring a coach that the first move you have to make to hire the coach is put him under investigation. You hear that clock? You hear that ticking, Chris?
Yeah.
That's Connor McDavid's contract. He's up in 2 years.